So yeah, the procrastination won. Yeah, it won. Definitely, I procrastinated all day. Hi, everybody, what's up? It's game time regardless. I think it's somebody's birthday. I know that it's somebody's birthday. I saw it. Cyberwolf. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Hi. Also, Cyberwolf, I finally... Look, I made my own ornament. For you. I didn't actually know that it was going to be your birthday today, but you subscribed the other night, and I didn't have an ornament, so I made one. Look, it's got a little thing on it. I don't know what that is. Could be a cat, could be a wolf, but I'll put it on the Christmas tree. And we can sing happy birthday. Oi! How's everybody doing? It's almost New Year's. It works, I swear. Yeah. We'll just can we just put sticky notes on the tree? Does that work? Royal Bye, what's up? Nikki Rabbit, how are you doing? Innocent Alex, hi. Lobby, what's up? Procrastinated on what? What are we doing for New Year's? Any plans? Do you want the real answer or do you want the stream safe answer? The stream safe answer is that I'm gonna be hanging out with some friends. I'm gonna be hanging out with friends, hanging out over the New Year's. I don't think I'm gonna stream, but that's because I want to just hang out for New Year's. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I need some R&R, some rest and relaxation, hanging out with the homies, watching some movies or something like that, and and then I'll be back. I'll be back in the new year, but no stream plans as of the new year. I am planning on shaving my beard off though, so at least that'll happen. I'll have a fresh face. Make the tree stay up till July, as our Lord and Savior Taylor Swift said. No, absolutely not. The furthest that it's gonna stay up is until the end of January, and even then, probably not. Lemonberry, what's up? Good evening. It's late. It's late. Hi, peeps. It's not even that late. It's like 7 p.m., but it's late for me. Let me see. Oh, yes. Everybody pause for a moment. Everybody, silence. Actually, no silence. No silence. Could we have all the choir get ready to sing for Cyberwolf? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Cyberwolf. Happy birthday to you. Yay! It's your birthday. I didn't know that it's so close to the new year. That's awesome. You almost share a birthday with the year itself. Oi! I hope that you have a wonderful birthday, whatever's left of it. Hope you had some delicious cake and had a good time. You deserve it. Cyberwolf, you deserve to be celebrated. Oi! So I celebrate you in tiny way that I can. Happy birthday of Naughty Santa. Who's Naughty Santa? I've never heard of them. Also, Sandwich Nom Nom, how are you doing? I also made, I don't think Butterfly is here, but I doodled a couple of little butterflies for Butterfly. If they show up, then I'll hang this up. Otherwise, I'll hang it up at the end of the stream if they don't show up. Also, Georgia Sleepy Stoat also subscribed the other night, so I drew that. But I'll be doing that for anybody that happens to subscribe before the new year. But we shall see. Should you make tiramisu? You have what? You have mascarpone cheese. It's a cheese. You have a special kind of cheese. And what is a tiramisu? I don't know what any of these are. I don't know what any of these words mean. I don't know what a tiramisu is, and I don't know what kind of cheese that is. But I say yes. Do that. Absolutely do that. You're eating your cake now? Nice. George, my lad, we love George. Indeed. George is fantastic. We love George the Stoat. And that's what we're playing tonight, is Inscryption. Maybe prepare a dough for gingerbread cookies? Yes. Also, Anne, what's up? I saw you playing Inscryption. Are you not done yet? Are you not finished? Is Inscryption not finished? How long is this game? We're gonna launch the game and hang out inside of this game, okay? because I really want to play this, and I've been procrastinating all day to just go ahead and launch this game. But yes, in Inscryption, you're not done. You still haven't finished. How long have you played it? And how many hours do you have in this game? What the heck? I thought that this game was like 12 hours long. What are you dying a lot? Are you failing a lot at this game? Is that what's going on here? I'm confused. Are we supposed to do new? Keep save. Now we continue the quote-unquote new game. I don't know how this works. And Mercs, it's also good to see you. What's up? What's up, my bag milk friend? Oh my god. If it isn't the Mercsaki, oh my gracious. And the answer to whoever asked the question is absolutely not. I'm not going full egg this year. Not this year. I'm not cutting off all this beautiful hair for nothing. 11 it says on Steam, and no, I go fast. I don't know. Anne's a little bit slow at games sometimes. I'm just saying, Anne likes to take their time sometimes. And not me. I like to blaze through games as fast as possible. I want to find... Oh, there's... Okay, so we're playing a card game that used to be a 3D game, and now I literally do not know what I'm doing anymore. But I want to look for cards. There's a safe. I don't know how to break into this. It's some number. We have to find the number elsewhere. Wait, I thought that we saw the... Hang on. I thought that we saw numbers out here. Yeah, it's 273. I see 273. Is that what this is? 273. Yeah, can we get a 2? Hey, yo, Kim! Thank you so much for the sub. 24 months old, baby. Can we get some hype in the chat? Let me doodle something for Kim right now. Oi, oi, oi! Thank you so much, Kim. Oh my god, 24 months, that's 2 years. Can we get some hype in the chat for 2 years? Kim, I can't believe that it's time already. What the heck? Kim, the... Okay, here we go. I think I know what I'm gonna doodle. I'm gonna doodle a little thing. Okay, let's see. I don't know what I'm doing here. There we go. Yeah. This is turning out great. Draw a little doodle. A little special doodle just for Kim. This is weird. All right, here's the dubious creature that I think of for Kim. Oi, oi, oi! Kim the I don't know here. Here's your doodle. This is a suspicious little... Where is it? Where is it? How do I avoid putting my hand on it? There's your suspicious little doodle. A suspicious little cat thing. Just for you, Kim. I'll go put this on the Christmas tree. Thank you so much, Kim. Oi, oi, how's your evening going? Okay. Boom, look. I made it. It's totally, here. Look, it can hang up on a Christmas tree. A little rascal, just like Kim, indeed. A troublemaker. A dubious creature. There. You fit perfectly on the tree. Kim, how's your evening going? Hello. Hello. Welcome to card game. Tiramisu is a coffee cake. It's bathed in coffee liqueur, and the cake is ladyfinger cake. Ladyfinger. There's a faint odor where the meat once was. Wait, what did I pick up? What the heck? Do I have an inventory? I don't know what I picked up. I don't know what I got out of the safe. What on earth is this? This is the same weird little puzzle that I've seen before. Okay, so I'm supposed to figure out how to break through this, like, if I move that forward. That's 4. I can only move these a few different directions. It's not that. What is this? That's a mole? That's like a defensive creature? Can I move this up? That's not gonna do better. I'm just going through trial and error. We'll get this. What if I put a block? What if I put blockers so that little defender can't hop over here? Let's see. There's how these Could be further back? No, no, that's worse. That's worse. I'm so close. I'm at 4. 4. So this does the affected, huh? And this doesn't either? Nope. Okay, so what if I can't move this? What about that? That's only 3. That's not good. 5. There it is. Okay. The drawer creaked open and you found a pack inside. I received a beastly card pack. Nice. More wolves, please. Now back to lurks I'll go. I'm going to sleep soon, but I saw the 2-year subby. Yo, Kim, enjoy your sleep. Thank you so much. Oi, Kim. Get yourself some lovely sleep. Enjoy your lurk. These are like the same cards, right? I haven't seen these emerald moxes before, but we got a mantis god. Fantastic card. We got a hawk, and we got a cat. The cat can be sacrificed indefinitely, which is awesome. The cards were added to your collection. And I got another beastly card pack. Ooh, a rare one. A mackerel? I don't know if that's an M or a W. Is that, or an H? Hawkrel? Hawkall. It's waterborne. Whenever it's played, it provides an energy cell to its owner. What the heck? There's energy in this game? There was not energy in the previous card game. This has got to be confusing for anybody that didn't see the beginning of this game, because it didn't look anything like this. This looks like some Pokemon-looking game. You wish to trade? You don't perchance have any pelts? No? That's a disappointment, but I also accept foils. Pelts, huh? Maybe I'll come back here whenever I have some pelts. All right, let's go over here. Is this somebody that we can battle? That we can do card battle? Stop shaking. The only thing you have to fear is your own inadequacy. Behold me. I am Leshy, the scribe of the beasts. I would consider your ambition to replace me a threat if it wasn't so laughable. We share a desire for you to challenge me. But first, I know what you're thinking. No, this is not my legendary camera. Not the one that I use to create the beast cards. This is a mere replica. You may use it to create photos of the beasts in these woods. My subordinates, the prospector, the angler, and the trapper. They each require a photo before they consider battling you. Return to me when they are all defeated. Oh, so this is the final boss. It looks like your uncle. Waffle Fry's uncle is in this game? That's awesome. So this is the angler, this is the prospector. Dagnabbit! That dang hound got herself lost again. What? Oh, that's a Y. You thinking about getting past? Think again. Not till I get some proof that my girl's all right. So we gotta go find a dog. Gotta go take a photo of a dog to confirm that they're alive. No fish, no pass. So we need a picture of a fish. We got meat, and so we got the meat from the shelf inside, and then now we found the dog and it came out of the woods so we could take a picture. Boom, picture of the doggy. Now we can battle the prospector? Well, I'll be darned. That's my girl. I'll let you past me into yonder pond. But dagnabbit, first we got a battle. Well, darn it all, your deck ain't right. Get you at least 20 cards in it. Oh, so we gotta go find more cards. Okay. Oh, tab is the inventory. All right. Can I say autocomplete? Ah, so I have the cards. It just the deck wasn't built. Okay, now I can battle. Yeehaw! You fixed it. Now let's battle. Our neighbors have this car that's alarm has been going off for like 2 days now. It has not been like going off 24/7, but for hours it just is going off. It's just honk, 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 honk right outside of my window. It's great. I love it. I want more of that. Keep up the... Oh, they turned it off. Okay, we get some silence for a few minutes. You froze in fear in the woods of the great scribe of beasts. Wait, what? As the words of the great scribe of beasts entered your skull uninvited. Fear not. I only wish to explain to you the deck that you've selected. In order to play my cards, sacrifices must be made. The scribe assessed your reaction, noting that you did not seem surprised. Perhaps you need no lesson, but remember that almost anything can be sacrificed. It may bleed oil or even marrow, but if it bleeds, well, you know what to do. Thank you, Anne, for the kiss. Oh my. 20 seconds later, honk, 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 honk. What was even better is this morning, while I was still sleeping, the car started going off and I was like, great. But then I noticed that there was also somebody playing like really loud, bassy music out of their car right next to it. So like their friends had clearly come out to help them with the alarm and they were just blasting music too. So it was... it was blasting music and honking horn. Fantastic. You have the same problem with your neighbors? My car alarm has problems with it. So like it goes off completely randomly. So I just leave my car unlocked. 24/7, that's my solution. My solution is I never lock my car because its alarm goes off randomly. So I just don't keep anything in my car. If somebody tries to steal from my car, the only thing that's in there is some cables. That's it. That's all that they have that they can steal. Everything else is out of there. D-Fire, what's up? Good evening. You went to work today. You regret? No. I thought that you made money, right, Ann? You got to get that money. Got to get that money. Got to get that sweet, sweet wampa so that you can buy games with the Steam sale, right? The Steam sale is bussin'. I bought a bunch of games today. We could buy a Mantis God. Okay, so this game seems to work exactly the same, but it's just like it looks more simplified. Yeah, this takes 1 blood. So does the Mole Man. I remember most of these cards. Oh, the hammer is for breaking stuff? I don't remember that being part of the game. So I can say next turn. I have 1, so the bones are up here. I don't know what these symbols are. These are blood, like sacrifice? So maybe you can like multi-sacrifice or something? Okay, I gave him 3 big hits. That's awesome. No, and no, and get that dough. Yas, capitalism slay. Listen, we're all just workers working for a bigger corporation, okay? We're all wage earners. What is it? None of us are owners. No owner class people are here in this chat. So yes, unfortunately we must. We have to give money because we don't just sit around and collect other people's money. You're still not feeling well after being sick. Nice. That sucks. Going to work sick is the worst ever. I used to work at a horse barn, and whenever I would get sick, those are the worst days ever. Cables, score! Wait, what? Cables? Where? Where are the cables at? Scott B, what's up? Good evening. We're playing some card games late into the night. Late night card games because I procrastinated all day. And I've been playing this, I re-downloaded this mobile game that I've been like obsessed with. I've played it for hours today. It's Theme Park. It's just called Theme Park Tycoon, and I can't stop playing it. It's too much fun. It's just a theme park idle game, and I'm having so much fun with it. So the Bloodhound is gonna move forward after I attack. I'm actually gonna kill him. Because I get to attack 2 squares. That puts it on to 5 and I win. Nice. Fair's fair. You beat me like a dog. Take this. Some say these cards are better than gold. A new card pack. He didn't know what was in it, but he said it was valuable. Look at this. Automaton. It has those little blue bars that I saw. What the heck? You saw the new Avatar movie today? You fell asleep? The person I was with flicked me and asked me if I was enjoying it. It was a long movie. It was a long movie, Mercs. That cannot be debated. It was what, 3 hours and 15 minutes. The way to yonder pond is clear. I just want to make sure he wasn't gonna give me more cards. We went and watched it. Me and the roommates went and watched it. I really enjoyed it actually, and I watched the Avatar movie right after watching the first one. I watched the first one that afternoon. 1 hour later, we went to the movie theater and I watched the second one. Place the photo of bait on the line. The photo of bait? I don't remember taking a photo of bait, but heck yeah. We catch a fish. It's a giant shark. Okay, so we got a photo of fish and a photo of a shark. Fantastic. We got there at 1 and left at 4:20. Dang. We got there at, I think that we started watching it at 10:40. So we got out at like 2:30 in the morning. Fish fresh, good. Still must beat. All right, so now we battle the angler. I kind of like the simplified card game. It was already really fun, but this is like an even simpler version. I like it. I love it. I'm just gonna put these down. So they provide an energy cell. True. So I guess you can use these energy cells somehow. This also cannot be attacked because on their attack phase, it'll go underwater. Those are probably blood droplets, right? Okay, so the salmon moves to a new space. Oh, this is the stoat. That's adorable. Okay. So can I not pull any more cards? So I get 1 card per round and I don't get to choose what that card is? Okay, so we do like equal damage right now, but hopefully I'll get a good card next. Another squirrel? Are you kidding me? Come on. Next round, next round. Come on. The way that salmon is pronounced will never stop annoying me. I can never decide. I switch between salmon and salmon. Just like schedule and schedule. I just like switching them around. Aluminium and aluminum. I normally say aluminum, to be fair. Why they give me squirrels? I don't want squirrels. Okay, I'll use squirrels as a defensive squadron. I have a defensive squadron of small beasts. That'll make sure that this stupid fish won't hurt me. Unfortunately, I should have put this fish over here. I didn't realize that they were going to be moving. Oh, they move both ways. Okay, good. Next round is going to be awesome. Yes, next round. That's going to be the sweet stuff. I'm going to keep this cat in my hand, actually. Salmon is so freaking good. I honestly love all fish. I don't think that I've ever had a fish I didn't like. Every fish is delish. Every fish on my dish. Salmon moves to a new space and blocks the kingfisher. Thank God. Wait, no, the kingfisher's flying, right? It is flying, so it can attack me anyway, I think. I think that I can attack over their own cards. But I can put a flying defense frog down. Let's see. So this does 1 attack. Our frog will do 1 attack. I think that it would be wise. So I could use the cat as defense, but that would kind of suck. So I'll take a hit from these salmons. The salmons hit for 2. I'll only attack for 1, so I will be at a bit of a deficit if I do it that way. If I keep... if I use the cat, then I'll block all the damage, and I'll attack them for 1, but that will not make me win. So I think I'm gonna like play a slightly longer game with this. Sacrifice that. That's an ultimate sacrifice that I can just sacrifice over and over. I also have a lot of bones. You're eating salmon right now? Yum. Salmon and trout's the best options in your opinion? Well, I like tuna. I like catfish a lot. Cod is really delicious. Oh, I didn't realize that the fish would attack first. Thankfully, the kingfisher cannot attack over their own friends. Oh my God, I'm just gonna have a million cats. Yeah, I've just got two cats that I can sacrifice. I'm gonna lose. I think I was supposed to anticipate that those salmon would move like that. I think I may have screwed this one up, friends. We might be toast. Also, our cats are in danger. Ooh, a mantis. Yes. Yes, the mantis. Yes. We love that. That's 3 damage. That means that we're still behind. I should have put the mantis here to... Well, no, because the kingfisher wouldn't be blocked by the mantis anyway. We might lose. I'm not sure. We're even, but they're going to attack for 5. That'll kill us, right? No, what the heck? Why didn't that kill us? Salmon moves to a new space. Oh, it's because the salmon attacked because they attacked the cats. That's why. I didn't realize. So my cats are dead. Fantastic. The mantis does 3. They're going to do 5. So they're going to be 2 ahead of me. And I can't summon this without a squirrel or something. I guess we'll just keep rolling this and see what card we get. It's a real shame that you don't get to pick which card you receive. Otherwise, this would have been way over. Another card that requires sacrifice, and I don't have anything to sacrifice. I can't sacrifice anything. I can't place these. I don't have enough blood. Gain blood by sacrificing creatures. Well, I don't have any creatures, game. Do you understand? Now I'm gonna die. I'm dead. Yeah, you can pick what you put in your deck. I just didn't know that it would require me to build a deck yet. But I certainly can. Yeah, I want to make some... I'll make some adjustments to the deck here. So I got Mantis God, definitely want that. 7 squirrels, Mole Man. What is not included? Also, Von Chick, what's up? We're playing late night cards. How are you doing? Well, 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 if it isn't a Von Chick. A hawk, huh? I do... We don't actually really need... flying creatures versus this enemy is 4 blood for a 7 attack. That is a bit much. Maybe we'll add another frog and remove... I don't know why we have so many warrens. Warrens are not very good. I don't really care for warrens that much. Let's see. This stoat is all right. Okay, so I made like a slight adjustment. Slight adjustment to the cards. I think that we could have won even with our basic cards to begin with. All right, here we go. Here we go. Now we're going to defeat this fisherman. This fisherman's toast. Okay, so the fish is not born yet. Look at that. Just because of luck, we will almost win immediately. Hey, man, want some backseat spoil? Hey, man, want some backseat spoilers? You sure? No, I don't want any spoilers. Thanks. Thanks, no spoilers. Let's see. We'll go with... we could sacrifice squirrel for cat. Fish will be a little while before it... Oh, shoot. I should have put that on the right. Let's see. We'll leave that for now. Oh, we actually... It's 6. It isn't 5 this time. We still might beat them. Just with this next round. Nice, we got a foil. You beat, you pass. First, take. I got a beastly card expansion. Oh, this is adorable. What is this? A squirrel ball. That's cute. I love that. At the end of the owner's turn, squirrel ball will move in the direction and... Oh, so it's squirrels... And it leaves squirrels behind. That's so cute. So the squirrel ball like rolls through and then drops squirrels behind. I love this. Squirrel ball is getting added to our hand immediately. Also, another mantis god. Sarcophagus will grow into a more powerful form after 1 turn on the board. And it uses bones. We should get that. A Gamblebot. Pay 1 energy to set the power of the Gamblebot randomly between 1 and 6. That's cool. I want to add that too. Okay, so we're going to take out Field Mice. Let's take out these kind of boring cards and we'll replace them with interesting ones that will be fun to play with. So we got that. We'll take the Squirrel Ball, of course. Of course we will. Take a Sarcophagus. And the Gamblebot. Also, no, Anne, you can't do more than 20, I don't think. Oh, you can. No, you're totally right. You were totally right. I was 1 click away from knowing that you were correct. Okay. Me? Work continue. Find fish for Leshy. Find fish. Leshy want good fish. Fresh fish. Corrupted fish. Corrupted fish. So we can go to Leshy now? Return to me when my subordinates are defeated. Now there's one more. I always forget what that last character is called. Okay, let's go down to Bone Town. Bone Town, USA. Do it for Unky Leshy. You're here! Marvelous! I'm Grimora, scribe of the dead. Until quite recently, I was disgraced, though I was returned to my former glory with the help of some unlikely friends. If you wish to test your skills against me, you must first choose to prove your wits. You must discern which tomb marks the final resting place of my lovely ghouls. The final resting place of my lovely ghouls. It's one of these. You found a piece of an epitaph. It says, eaten by a hungry dog. So one of these characters was killed by a hungry dog. It says, does not hold a grudge. Hey there.
Brr, did somebody leave the AC on? Oh, come on, dude. It's freezing in here. Maybe a heated battle will help.
Oh, good. Battle. I really like the battles in this.
A nice, simple card game for a nice, simple boy.
Oh, my. A banshee's flying one attack can't be sacrificed. When the Draugr perishes, the creature inside is released in its place. So I don't want to kill this thing. So I want to avoid killing it if I can. I want to make a squirrel ball. Squirrel ball, roll out. And then... I could sacrifice for a frog. Yeah, and it'll defend against the flying creature. Hey, the squirrel ball moved. And a squirrel falls out. So cute. I love it. We got nothing but squirrels. This thing's not being released. Oh, the skeleton collapses into a pile of bones. After attacking, the skeleton dies. Another squirrel, great. But I have free squirrels anyway. So, nice. So the bones fall apart even if they attack a little baby squirrel. And I've only got squirrels again. Are you kidding me? Also, Pedro, what's up? Oi, 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 oi. This game is super fun. This squirrel ball is going to get destroyed. And this revenant, after attacking, they perish. I want the squirrel ball to live so that it just keeps rolling around. It said that the squirrel ball rolls and hence another squirrel falls out. No, my squirrel ball. Okay, I could save the squirrel ball by moving this. Oh, it doesn't require a sacrifice. Well, I could do some gamba. You just played a card with an activated ability. The great scribe's instructions begin to echo through your mind. Activate it by pressing the sigil like it's a button, but it will only work if you can pay the cost. I want to pay the cost. We're going to roll the dice. 4 attack, nice. I'll take it. And that will probably make us win. And I can roll it as many times as I want. That's fun. He said, I agree. You kind of want to release the first half as an independent game. Yeah, the first game, like the very first act is like its own game. Like it feels like they should be separated. I don't know who, I feel like there's less people that love dual games within one game versus just like having multiple versions or different games. But it is more, I mean, it's a good freaking deal. Like there's a lot of content for what you pay for, but I guess I am the kind of person that is okay with multiple styles of game. But I'm glad that we're doing them on different streams because I probably would have hated playing this right after enjoying the first half. Take a pack on the house. You receive the Deathly card pack. Nice. We got a Gravedigger. At the end of the owner's turn, Gravedigger will generate 1 bone. Death Hand. When it's played, discard your hand, then draw a new hand of 4 cards. That's interesting. The Walkers. When the Walkers die, 4 bones are awarded instead of 1. Elk Fawn will grow more powerful. When the Steel Mice is played, a copy of it will be created in your hand. I want to make an adjustment since we have a scroll ball.
You did beat me, so I guess I've got to fess up. The name's Casey. Casey Hobbs. I'm from the tombstone on the left.
It says Casey Hobbs. 92. 92's on the left. Okay. 92 is left. And let's make an adjustment. I'm gonna take some squirrels out of my hand since we have a squirrel ball. And we'll put in, let's say, maybe we'll see if we could use one of these. These are kind of interesting. At the end of the owner's turn, it'll generate 1 bone. 1 bone, you say? It'll just sit there farming bones. What are the wizard cards? Mox cards on the owner's side of the board gain 1 power. At the end of the owner's turn, Muscle Mage will move in the direction. So Muscle Mage is summoned using these squares. Can't be sacrificed. While Emerald Mox is on the board, it provides a green gem. That's interesting. So you can just, like, put green gems out and then summon, like, Muscle Mages. That's kind of cool. I don't really want to play with the magic cards at the moment, though, because I think you're going to need more of them if you want to take, like, full advantage. Mole is good for defense. Fawn is good. Fawn moves around and gets more powerful over time. And let's add in, we need 2 more cards. Bonehound is expensive. Death Hand. When the Death Hand is played, discard your hand and then draw. Oh yeah, I remember that. Is there anything that you could just fight? An automaton. It just costs 3 power and it just attack. Huh. Let's see. Maybe we'll just add a Stoat and the Adder. Why not? Wait, no. If the Adder's already 2 blood, I want something that flies, just in case that we run into something. Yeah, hawks. I like a hawk. Hawk good. Okay, I already forgot what their birthday was.
Oh no, oh no, do not look upon me. Do not snarl or sniff, I beg you. If you wish to battle, please, let us get it over with.
Okay, listen, I just want to say hi. Oi, and no kisses. I'm in a crypt right now. I'm not in the mood. You're okay with both games, but you'd love to keep playing the first half. I know, right? I did say that right after I finished this game, or I finished the stream the other night, is that I did tell my roommate, like, I kind of wish, there's a part of me that wishes that they took all of this effort that they did to transform this game into a 2D game and to write the, like, little story bits and to like redraw all the sprites and change the game mechanics. I wish that they took all that effort and just made the first half longer, because I love the first half. I kind of wish that all that effort, money, and time went into just making the first part longer, because I liked it more. But that's okay. We don't always get what we want. I'll put the Mantis over here for maximum attack. The Bonehound. When an opposing creature is placed opposite to an empty space, Bonehound will move to that empty space. Okay, so the Bonehound actually just likes empty space anyway. I'll put a frog just so that I can attack that thing. Oh, actually, it won't attack it. I should have put it here, because now my frog is dead. I think I win. Yeah, I win. The Mantis is so good. And you just get 3 foils? Is that new cards, or is that like, or does that just foil cards that you already have?
It is over. You chewed me out. Now please look away. Turn your eyes to this card pack instead.
That is a good way to distract me, is give me more cards. The Headless Horseman, airborne. It's airborne and it moves. It's 13 bones and it's a 5/5. Holy crack. Please don't tell him spoilers. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. Big PP girl, everybody's been so good. Everybody's been so good about not telling me spoilers. Thank goodness.
I am called Sawyer. The middle stone marks my grave. Please do not go digging up my bones.
You found a piece of the epitaph. It's 1778. So that's way earlier, right? Yeah, so the middle is definitely earlier. I forgot what the challenge was.
I'm Sawyer. Do not sniff or snarl.
You sifted through the bones and found a card pack inside. Oh, joy. Oh, goody. Ooh, froggy. Nice. And then you're the... I can't go down here. Can I go left? Casey was 92. Thank you, Insidious Waffle Fries. Now that is not a spoiler. That's just helpful. Any goodies in here? That's just me forgetting. My brain too small. You wish to trade? So trading... You can buy a pack. Oh, we have 3 foils. We have 3 foils to trade, and so we could just buy cards or wait and buy a pack. We're gonna save up then, so that we can buy a pack. I think they said who died first.
Hark! A living slice of lemon approaches. Bright and trig as a lime. Ye think ye will squeeze a defeat out of oh me?
Oh me?
Hark!
Let's see. We could use... Ooh, good defense. The bones die after 1 hit. They're 1/1. Ghost ship. Waterborne. At the end of the owner's turn, it will move in the direction inscribed in the sigil and drop a skeleton in its old place. This is frustrating. I need a squirrel ball. Stat. I could put up a defensive mole man, though. I think I shall. Mole man will do all the work. Mole man digs down and pops up to block. Bones destroyed. So those bones don't get to attack whenever they're summoned. That's nice. Okay, then I'm going to put a stoat here. I is here, featuring French hot chalky. Yum. That sounds delicious. Bonehead, you wouldn't mind if I had a sip, would you? All I've got is water. Mole man digs down. Mole man's blocking all the bones. These bones don't stand a chance. We could block 3 more attacks. An elk fawn. I could sacrifice them both for a hawk and do 3 damage, but it's only got 1 health, so that's not worth it. I could sacrifice one of them for an elk fawn. It'll be a minute before I need defense. I don't know if that was a good idea, but we're gonna try. Micah Mochi, what's up? Oi, oi, that's such a cute emote. Oh my god. Also, what's up? What's up, Cass? How are you doing? Oi, oi. Welcome in, welcome in. Elk fawn moves to a new space. This'll get strengthened in a bit. I don't know. It is gonna get a chance, right? It transcends to a higher form. Thank God. Okay, now it's 2/4. It could definitely take a... It's gonna attack the skeleton, wasting that attack. I kind of need this otter out of the way, actually, so that the elk moves. Ironically. Oh, yeah, there's overkill damage. I forgot about that. So we just cleared out all the skeletons. And the ghost ship's gonna move right, I think? I'll take a hit from the stupid skeleton. Well, howdy! That's so cute. I need more emotes. I need more adorable emotes. Not more adorable emotes, but more of my adorable emotes. I could trade out this for a mantis, which would do way more damage. Even the fact that it's not blocking, it'll still do way more damage. Oh, and it even killed the skeleton anyway. Excess damage, loads of foils. Wonderful. Gives mug. Oh, thank you. Thank you for sharing the dwink.
Aye, you beat the pulp out of me. Firstly, take ye this.
Bone cards. A sentry drone. When a creature moves into the space opposing the sentry drone, they're dealt 1 damage. Nice. So you could just like leave these around and plan for enemies to just take some extra hits. I love that.
And because you bested me, with ye I'll share my secret. My name's Royal. I's the far right tomb. Here's the headpiece.
1632. So they're the first one dead.
Huh?
Eaten by a hungry dog. What the frick? Casey Hobbs. Oh, it has all of their stuff printed out here. So Casey... Wait, what? Casey Hobbs. Eaten by a hungry dog. Does not hold a grudge. Okay, so there's multiple... Maybe... So I have to figure out who died from a dog and doesn't hold a grudge?
Casey Hobbs is the name. Tombstone on the left.
Brr. So they're cold? I'm slightly confused by this challenge. Please do not bark or beg. That sounds like a dog, right? The middle stone marks my grave. Don't bark or beg.
Like I said, name's Royal. Far right tomb.
Life didn't give me lemons, so I died. Life didn't give me lemons, so I life? Okay, so I get to choose all of these, right? Yeah, because I can just walk up to them.
I was once the prime of the seas. Look at me now, buried on the far right tomb.
The far right tomb. That is Royal. Royal is here. Is Casey the middle? I am so forgetful. Please don't bark or beg. The middle stone marks my grave. Yeah, but what's your name? Sawyer is the middle. Do not sniff or snarl. Definitely the dog one. Yeah, so that's Sawyer. And eaten by a hungry dog, I think, is probably correct. And then this one is Casey. And somebody doesn't hold a grudge. Does not hold a grudge. I feel like it'd be this one, but I'm not sure. Star System, what's up? Look at you being all adorable. Look at you being a cutie pie. Let's talk to them a little bit more. Let's see if we can sucker some information out of Casey. Brr! Tombstone on the left. Is there a draft in here? It's freezing. Casey Hobbs is the name. Tombstone on the left. Brr! They're just cold. That has nothing to do with grudges.
Like I said, my name's Royal.
Life didn't give me lemons, so I died.
You make something of it. Life was not so kind to give me lemons. It left me buried in a tomb on the right.
Sounds kind of like they have a grudge, right? It sounds like they're angry about their life. Maybe Casey doesn't hold a grudge. They're just cold. I don't remember what this challenge is. I clearly didn't get this right. Pirate sounds salty? That's what I'm thinking. Pirate sounds angry about life. I feel like I'm missing something. But I think I interacted with everything. Oh, I can walk past them. You pulled up an epitaph piece. It reads, the defibrillator failed. Defibrillator. Interesting. Okay, I did not realize that I could walk through them. Also, that just looks like goop on the ground. That's disgusting. We found a piece of an epitaph. Brought down by scurvy. That sounds like the pirate. The gust of foul-smelling air billows from the casket. A creature!
You have no offering.
Oh, we gotta come back here with an offering. They're ghosts. They're not corporeal. Listen, it's a video game. Video games work by no logic whatsoever. We found a piece of epitaph. Hit by a falling piece of ice. Okay, that sounds like Casey. Found a card pack among the giblets. Deathly cards. Bone heap. Activate. Pays 2 bones to increase the power and health by 1. That sounds rad. How many... What does it take to buy this? Is it free? We are getting the bone heap in our deck. That is awesome. I love that. We're gonna take out the sarcophagus. Will grow into a more powerful form after 1 turn on the board. What? That's kind of cool. Squirrel ball is perfect in my eyes. We're gonna take another squirrel out because I like to live dangerously. And do we have another cat that I could put in here? Yeah, cats are awesome. We'll put in a couple of cats and let's add in bone heap. Cool. Okay. Then we check out over here. Hey, human one, what's up? Hiya. We're playing cards. We're playing late night cards. Let me really quick. Let me give a little shout out to Human One. Oi, everybody, go check out Human One. They're awesome streamer. I don't have any mods live right now, so I'm gonna do it myself. Tee-hee. And it's even yelling it. Shout out! Human One is awesome. Go give him a follow. Give him a follow. They play Fortnite and all sorts of other games. And they play lots of multiplayer games. Oi, I know that y'all will love them. Go check them out. It reads, there was no cure. I'm trying right now to... Oh! Ah! What? You can just change your appearance here? I could be an old skeleton man. Or I could be a pirate. Or I could be... This looks most like me so far. Especially the, like, twigs in the back of their hair. This looks like a hobbit! Hey, yo, Dad Wrestler! Oh my god, hang on. I'm drawing doodles for everybody that subscribes until the new year is here. Dad Wrestler, what's up? Oi, oi, oi. If it isn't Dad. Hang on. Let me write your name down. Dad Wrestler. Thank you so much, Dad. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 7 months. Wrestler. Dad Wrestler. Now what do I draw for Dad? I think I know what I'm gonna do. Let me just make you a quick doodle. This is an awful doodle. I think you'll love it. It's perfect. I do not know what this creature is, but I have drawn a strong dad. Here's Dad Wrestler's doodle. It's so small too. Suspicious little creature. It's like a little bear with a handsome little chin. I ran out of Christmas ornaments, so I just decided to do doodles and stick them on hooks and put them on the tree. Here we go, Dad. Thank you so much for the prime. Here, let me just give a little twist. Look, it can hang on a tree now. Incredible. All right. Boom. Dad, how's it going? This game is super freaking fun. We're only into the second session of this game. The first time that I played this, I played for 8 hours straight. 8 hours straight on stream because I was having so much fun. And now we're in stage 2 and it's getting weird out here. It's getting weird. Ooh, you could be a robot? Okay, I kind of like this butt chin guy. Butt chin guy, granny, witch. I want to be a witch. We're gonna be a witch. Which starter deck did I go with? I went with a beastly pack. I didn't really have any plan. I just randomly picked one. Okay, now I'm not so sure about these. Eaten by a hungry dog. They were talking a lot about a dog, weren't they?
Called Sawyer. The middle stone marks my grave. Do not sniff or snarl.
So what else do we have? There was no cure. The defibrillator failed or does not hold a grudge. I'm gonna take this off. Casey Hobbs. Hit by a piece of falling ice, right? Definitely because they say brr. Then they died of scurvy. Because they're a pirate. Pirates always die by scurvy. A witch! You fell asleep during last time? No! I'm sorry. Zyberwolf, you got into painting? What kind of painting are you doing? Are you doing like acrylics or oil or what's that last one? Water? There's a lot of different types of painting. That's rad. Brought down by scurvy. There was no cure. I mean, that's not really true. Is there a cure for scurvy? I don't know. I've never gotten it. Eaten by a hungry dog. I want to say doesn't hold a grudge, maybe? Defibrillator failed. No, there's no cure for a falling piece of ice, that's for sure. Doesn't hold a grudge. I'm going to say the defibrillator failed, right? Can you get defibrillated whenever you're hit with a piece of ice? Eaten by a hungry dog doesn't hold a grudge. That's what I'm gonna say. Then the last one is, there is no cure for scurvy.
Nice! I knew it!
Marvelous! I believe you've proven your wits adequately. Are you prepared? You will not defeat me.
Oh yeah, Granny? Oh yeah, Granny, I got some new cards.
Marvelous, just marvelous. I was beginning to worry I'd be sealed away behind these tombstones forever. Locked down at the mercy of the challenger's wits, until one day discovered. But no, you prevailed, and now it's time to battle.
Ooh, intro animation? Dang, fancy. Scurvy's cured by vitamin C intake, and the pirate says that they didn't have lemons. Yeah, vitamin C that's a way to prevent scurvy, but I don't know if it cures it.
My minions never truly die, you know. Let's see how you fare.
They never truly die. Why is there a skeleton? Why is there a bone mouth here? That's sussy. Yeah, how's the sound, everybody? Should I turn it up? Dang, bonies. They got that bone bite. They biting on bones. Shaking my head. So, can I just place this sucker? Bonehound leaps over to block. Wow, thanks a lot. But that means that you can sucker him into a block, right? Block. But they not only will block, they will also attack. So that'll save Dr. Bones this turn. I don't know if that was a good plan. Seems like kind of a bad plan. A Banshee will strike an opponent directly even if there's a creature opposing it. Oh, wow. Oh, because it's flying, of course. Sarcophagus will grow into a more powerful form after one turn. I will definitely have to change my, I think I'm going to have to change my deck. This is no good. Game could be a tad louder. I turned it up a bit. I think it's more, it runs its course and you die if untreated. Hmm? Oh, you mean scurvy. Yeah. We only have one bone. And we could sacrifice this bone heap for 2 cats and then get a bird. This will leap to block and we can kill it for 3, I think. Okay, this seems like a questionable decision, but you know what? It's also flying. I don't want that sarcophagus to attack it. Oh yeah, and the cats they live through a sacrifice. Of course this is the right decision. Why was I even thinking about this? This is absolutely the right decision. Ooh, a mantis. Oh, most splendid. Also, I don't know why I didn't kill that dog. Okay, so this bone guy can't move to block here, right? And this attacks 2. If I put it here, it could attack 3. This is flying, so we automatically get a 1-hit. Sarcophagus is not out yet. Is it on next turn? Transcended. No! Does it keep any of the damage that we gave? It does, I think. That hurt. That hurt. We're down to 4. Guess we'll go next. Well, we could block. We could block with a squirrel. This does 3 damage. Sheesh. Ouch. I'm dead, I think. Oh, I'm very, very close to dead. This is not turning out very well. I could do damage to both of them, but it wouldn't kill either one of them. It would block the bone dog for 2, but if I put it here, it'll block for 3. But I'm gonna die either way. We need to adjust our deck. We had way too much blood, not nearly enough creatures. I still don't know what those 2 bones are. Ah, true. You were wrong in saying that vitamin C was a cure. Scurvy is caused by a lack of it. Ah. I think the more, you think it's more it runs its course and you die if untreated, sort of like how you can't unradiate someone. Yeah, with radiation, isn't the only thing that you can do is just like, you isolate them for 1, for 2, you try to remove radiative parts, and then you try to replace it with unradiated? Like, if it's not too bad and it runs its course, then like eventually it just dies in your body. Those parts just leave. But then again, is radiation just like a death sentence? Definitely past a certain point, radiation is a death sentence. Oh my god, this is making me think of Chernobyl. That show is terrifying. So what would help us in this battle? Warrens are nice, field mice. So what was mainly happening in that battle? What was mainly happening is they were doing damage. We needed more blockers. They had one flying creature that we couldn't defend against. Squirrel ball is so cute, but do we want to keep the squirrel ball? We had too many cats for sure. We have too many things that give us blood, not enough things that we can spend it on. And let's say we could have another toad. So basically I just trimmed off some of the fat of this deck. This feels way more RNG than the first part of the game. Like the RNG factor just like multiplied a lot. Especially because which is weird because in the first part of the game you received cards semi-randomly and then they built into a deck. But this one feels way more, I guess you have more control over your deck in this side of the game, but it still feels like the RNG is more extreme. Probably because you can't choose which card you get. That is a huge factor. Yeah, I think that's the biggest factor is that the squirrel cards and the rest of the cards are not separated and you can't choose which one you get. Like right now, what is this RNG? I can't do anything except for place a bone man, which would get killed immediately. It prevent me from taking 2 damage, but it wouldn't do any damage itself. So I feel like that's a bad idea. Oh, see, I don't have anything. I guess the only thing that I can do is I can put a Mantis God down. The Mantis God will die, though. Dang, I think I already whiffed this. I should have sacrificed that one earlier. This will do 2 damage to the enemy, evening the playing field for now, and do 1 damage to the Bone Dog. But next turn, we're going to be in trouble. We do have a toad for air defense. However, if we can kill the sarcophagus fast enough, which we can't, because we would need more blood. Dang, I would love to put, well, the bird's actually flying anyway. It wouldn't kill it anyhow. Guess the only thing that we can do is block this flying attack. The frog isn't flying, so it'll attack the banshee and kill it. Could attack the dog, but the dog will kill us immediately. Shoot. I don't have a lot of great options here. An opportunity to use my quill? Rest in peace, Banshee. Wait, what did that say? Turn 2 to something? What did that say? We're talking about 2 things that you know very well. Give anybody ionized pills to help with radiation. Yeah, I remember that now. Yeah, those pills help with radiation, but I remember that you're supposed to, like, take them while you're getting radiated to, like, prevent it and to clean it out of your system. Pirates have almost no way of getting citrus. Indeed, because it's what? It's all trees. They would just eat, like, bread and meat. That's all that they ate was bread and meat. It's no good. You would die when Sark? I see this 2... Maybe this has to do with them. Sarcophagus is now 3, and it's going to kill me? It did kill me. That's too bad. Let's make another adjustment. How can I make this better? I do not play a lot of deck building games, so I kind of have no idea what to do. Maybe we need more free cards that we can sacrifice? These are all bone cards. What happened last round? What happened was we got really unlucky with our initial cards and there wasn't enough blood around. We could add some squirrels back to our hand. Let's see. Automation is so cool. These automatons. And these just use power. I think that there's inherent power that is automatically put on the field. When a creature moves to a space opposing it, they're dealt 1 damage. That'd be good if there's a lot of moving creatures. This is just for air defense. It will block any opposing creature bearing the airborne sigil. These are nice, and they're only 1 unit of energy each. So yeah, this starts with 3 energy on the field. No, this is no energy, huh? Oh, dang, I just got a leap. There is an energy. Maybe it builds up over time. Well, I can place this for free. It'll defend for 2, which will get killed by the Bonehound. It'd be nice if we could put something else to bait that. We're gonna need blood, so we could put the mole down, but it's gonna die in 3 turns with this alone. Sarcophagus is gonna show up and we need to kill that. Could put a stoat. So maybe not the leap bot initially for us, and we can just take 2 hits, or I could sacrifice and get the mole. Let's do that. Better to have a little bit of defense. Dang, nothing to sacrifice. Man, I do not understand how to play this yet. It's too bad because we have energy now. It would be great if we had more leap bots, I guess. Also, zombie food. What's up? There's stories of people eating well on rabbit meat but dying of starvation anyway because rabbit meat doesn't have the full amount of amino acids needed to survive. Yeah, it's so weird that our diets are like, they're not only easy to, it's like easy if you have a diversity of food. Like you just need a diversity of nutrients. There's a bunch of little amounts of things that we need. But if you eat just one thing, you can die from so many different ways. You can die so many different ways if you don't have a diverse diet. If you just have some diversity, then you're probably good and you don't have to worry about it. Like I never worry about any of that. I could never die from some deficiency unless I have some weird thing going on in my body that I don't know about. But let's not even think about that. I just have to go next. And the Mole Man will block, like, everything, which is awesome. Okay, Mole Man's down to 1, so we can definitely sacrifice them. Leapbot is good for defense, and we can sacrifice Mole for... Nothing that we have will attack the sarcophagus enough to kill it. But we could get started. Waterborne means that it won't take damage, but it will be able to attack for 1. It's not much, and they'll die in 3 turns, and we won't be able to block them, so that's risky. I think they attack for 3 whenever they get summoned, so anything that we put down will be killed. I don't know. I do not know. I'm gonna put that there and put the bot here to try to defend against the dog. It says it will block an opposing creature bear. Okay, so good. This is what I was supposed to do, I think. This is rough. Dang. It's down to 2, and he gets to attack? I didn't know that it'd get to attack initially. Okay, so we did get something to sacrifice, which is nice, but what? There's nothing that I can do. It provides an energy cell to the owner. I don't have anything that can defend or attack that thing. It's gonna attack for 3, 5, 6. So I'll be like way overkilled. I can only summon 1 to block that 3, then we take 3 damage. We could survive 3 damage, right? It could be this, or it could be, well, no, it has to be this because I can't put this here because it won't defend against that mummy. Okay, we survived, but just barely. And now we're gonna die because this Bone Man is not gonna do it. I mean, we can upgrade it, but it won't overkill it won't put the overkill onto our enemies, so we won't be able to do damage to make the difference here, because these are going to do 3 damage no matter what. And these all together do 6 damage, and this is only going to change the power and health by 1. You pay 2 bones. Even if we could pay for 3 upgrades, that would mean that it has an attack of 3, which is not even close. I think we're dead. Yeah, we're definitely dead. That's too bad.
No matter, death is not final.
It says death by bone heap. So it's just like written, huh? And then they just like appear eventually. Dang, we got way closer. That was a good try.
You may still try again. I will be waiting.
I think I left my door open. Man, I haven't gotten Mantis God that many times. Let's see, Leap Bot. Maybe we need to get some more things that can take advantage of these energy cells because we always have loads of energy. An automaton is good for blocking. We should just add automatons to this. One, and then what does this do? When it moves opposing, they deal 1 damage. So this is just like a defensive thing as well. Let's just add all the cards to our deck. Just add every single one. On guard! Pirates actually help cultivate mangoes, grapefruit, and tomatoes. Like they spread the seeds around the around the Caribbean and wherever they sailed. I did not know that. It also said that if you ever eat polar bear, it says never eat a polar bear liver because it's full of lethal amounts of vitamin A. I've heard that. I've heard that too. I cannot confirm if that's a myth or not, but I have heard it. You tell how much oxygen you inhale off the air composition when you exhale. Oh, you said you tell how much oxygen you inhale off of the air composition when you exhale. So some gases can suffocate you without your body ever realizing it. Oh yeah, I've heard about that. About gases that can kill you without you even realizing that you're dying. Like a toad being boiled. Let's put this here, shall we? Yeah, mini survival tips. It's true. This is unfortunate. I need squirrels, not this cat. I mean, technically, we could put down a sentry drone, sacrifice it, and then put a fawn down, but then we would take a lot of damage. But we need something to attack the sarcophagus. I feel like we have to do that. Put that down. Put the cat here. Put this here. Oh, no, it's gonna block. Oh, it actually blocks both of them. I should have always been taking advantage of the fact that I can get this dog to move anywhere. Yeah, block that sarcophagus. Forget about them. Heck yeah. You know, this might work out. Actually, no, that stupid fawn died. Dang it. Anything that we place, we just need to place it here for safety. The bird is airborne, so we'll ignore... Wait. So... they do 3 damage. They can only take 1. They will ignore the Bonehound, but I'll be out of cards if I use it like that. If the sarcophagus comes forward, I can't even attack it right now. This is rough. Oh, you know what I could do? Frick. Oh, I'm an idiot. No! I should have put the squirrel here, then I would have been all good. No, I just whiffed it. I just whiffed this. Dang. Dang, huge mistake. If I put this here, then it'll do 3 damage. No, it would be blocked by the bone dog anyway. No. No, my plans, my perfect plans. We still might survive. Yeah, just throw anything in there. Hey, we killed it. But dang, now that stupid sarcophagus comes forward, it's even more dangerous. Oh, but the sarcophagus it hasn't counted as turns for it yet. That's just cards waiting to go into the play field. It's not actually on the play field. That's interesting. I did not know that.
Ah, let me inscribe this one.
Okay, we killed the Banshee. Nice. I could have maybe rushed to just kill first, but that's fine. Okay, I could put the Bone Man here and upgrade with some bones so that it kills the Banshee. Or not the Banshee, the sarcophagus. Bone Heap is stronger. Now Bone Heap can kill them. Okay. This is fine for now. We killed the mummy lord. Nice. That's the first time we've ever done it. You don't think you'll ever get the opportunity to take out a polar bear, though? Oh, no. Also, Limering, what's up? We're just talking about ways that you can die because we're hanging out in a crypt. Zombie Food was mentioning how we can't eat polar bear livers because they have too much vitamin A, and bemoaning the fact that one will never have a polar bear liver in their hand. Polar bears and grizzly bears have been coming into contact more often and making baby polar grizzly bears. That is cute and terrifying. Absolute babies. I kind of love that, but I also hate it. I'm scared. They're called pizzly bears. I hope you're not kidding. Pizzly bears. Oh, let's upgrade the bone heap. Put this here. Pizzly bears. Pissly bears. Ways to die, huh? Sure. Death by shame. How do they have... they have 10 damage right now? Oh, they just need one more hit. Like, I'll just block the way. Gamblebot rolls the dice. It got a 4. We win. We should win. We finally figured out how to win. We killed everything. Hooray. Good job. Good job, everybody.
You're halfway there. Though you may not like what comes next.
We did not beat it. That's what that skull means. The skull means that the skull is like the candles.
Do you miss them? Fear not. I'll give them back as corpses.
These are corpses? They have zombie... Wait. What is that? What does it mean that they're dead? What does that mean for me, exactly? If I put this here, it'll upgrade before that zombie's here, but I want to put it here. So can I still get these cards? What do they... Do they just, like, not live very long? I don't get what a dead card means. You know, understand. Let's roll the dice. 3. We can do better than that. 1. 3. 5. Nice. That was it? What? I'm so confused.
Oh dear.
What do the cards being dead mean? Hey, we beat a boss. Nice. We gotta beat more. So this was a whole boss.
You really defeated me. I was not expecting that. I know that it is your ambition to replace Leshy, but well, between you and I, there will come an opportunity to change your mind, and I beg that you spare me. Take these, then go.
More cards, let's go. Tiger Eye, what's up? Oi, oi. You're not. You saw it on Hank's Science YouTube channel? Hank, the brother of the guy who wrote The Fault in Our Stars or something? Yeah, Hank Green. Yeah, Hank Green. I like Hank Green. They make good content, and I actually trust them. Polar bear meat is not that good, and I can confirm that it's actually really horrible. You've eaten polar bear before? Okay, that's a good question. What's the battery low? What's the weirdest thing that you've ever eaten? Actually eaten that was food. Like, polar bear meat is kind of wild. The SciShow guy, yeah. The other name for grizzly plus polar is a growler bear. Do we want it to be a pizzly bear or a growler bear? What was the thing that was keeping... I have to defeat everybody else first, and then I go over here. This is the Wizard Tower. Wizard battle. Wizard's missing? The note reads,
Greetings. If you're reading this, it must be because you wish to challenge me, Magnifus, to a card battle. But in order to earn that privilege, you must first defeat my 3 graduate students. As for their whereabouts, that's for you to discover. Sincerely, Magnifus. Magnificus. Magnifus. Magnufus.
ooh, code, okay.
We have a code to figure out. A strange monocle. You put it on.
Skull. Skull marking. Skull. Skull, wing, skull. Skull, wing, skull. Nice. Excuse me? Who is this?
Ah, the pain is unbearable. My organs are melting.
Do you see? Magnificus turned me into goo for my final exam. I just need to defeat one more challenger. Then I'll earn my rightful place. My rightful place in the deck of the master as one of his prized cards. What? The wizard's turning the wizard is turning their acolytes into cards. Ah, nothing will stop me. All right, we gotta defeat this poor goop monster. They're gonna die either. Oh my god. Because I'm not gonna backseat, but this game has many exploits. Yes, lots of. I can tell that immediately. In the first part of the game, there was some really fun kind of exploity things that you could do with the cards. Some like combos of runes that were really powerful. You lived in Alaska for a year, and the weirdest thing that you ever ate was grizzly tongue. It's not that good either. They have bad tasting meat, and bear's not so good. Grizzly tongue, yuck. I've never eaten the tongue of any creature. Om nom 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 nom. It's Malice, what's up? You've eaten octopus? I have too. Octopus is okay. It's got kind of a weird flavor to it, but I don't mind it. Octopus and squid are both, they're mid. They're not worth the price. I would never seek it out, but it didn't taste bad. You have eaten kangaroo in the 90s, but you don't remember it? I've never, wait, no, I did try kangaroo. There's some kangaroo jerky that we had. That was pretty good, I think. Get you some barbacoa. What is barbacoa? Also, Moy, enjoy your lurk. Good luck with the art. You've heard of bear burgers? Yuck. I don't like that. Bears are big, friendly, fluffy beasts. They're not friendly, but they're big, fluffy beasts. I don't want to eat them. You prefer squid over octopus? I don't think I've tried enough. I don't think I've tried enough to know the difference. Takoyaki, yeah. There aren't those. Isn't that fried squid? Fried squid is takoyaki. Oh yeah, because I got confused with taiyaki. I just tried taiyaki for the first time the other day. Whenever we went to Disney World, or more specifically Disney Springs, and they had a place for takoyaki. Oh, it's octopus balls. Oh yeah, I remember this now. I'm remembering because there's an episode of Gabriel. What is it? It's something Gabriel Dropout, where they make takoyaki. That's what it was. And it has like the way that they cook it had like these weird little like these ball shaped like imprints on this cooking iron, and then they just like put batter into it, I think. I've never actually tried it before, but that taiyaki was delicious. It's the best red bean paste that I've ever had. I did not enjoy the bean paste that I had before, but this time it was hot and delicious. Is this a good decision? The squirrel ball is gonna roll over to the right. Roll over to the right, the bone heap. I can't really upgrade yet. Maybe I should save the bone heap. Squirrel ball moves to a new space and a squirrel falls out. Whoopee! Ah! No, they killed my squirrel ball. My ball of squirrels. And now I could upgrade this bone guy once, but it would die by any of these green mages. They have such a low attack, but their defense is enough that I can't get past them right now. Do I just take another hit? That'll be 3 damage. I can survive that. Come visit us and we'll get you takoyaki. Ah! Another reason. Just another reason to go visit. Awa, awa. It's Murney. It's Murney. Maybe I could get Elon Ma to send me some money. Send me some Murney so that I can fly. Or maybe I'll get a job in the new year. I've been thinking about it. Have some extra spinning Murney. Still can't kill them. This blocks this emerald mocks. I think that, do these power increase? Yeah, they increase as the green gems are. So this is great. The cat is blocking so that no more green moxes can appear. And they're endlessly sacrificable. Automaton will just block a hit, and we'll hit them once. So that next turn we can kill them with a, Dang, it killed my deer before it could grow up. Dang, that's tough. I really need, I need to think of a new strategy. Shucks, how am I gonna... I wonder if they expect you to just change your deck all the time. Let's try... You've unknowingly eaten horse. There was a horse meat scandal in the UK a few years ago. I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about how they were packaging horse meat as beef. But I've heard that that it's pretty common to eat horse in parts of Europe. I don't know about UK. I know that my friend, I think he went to France, and they had a lot of horse. I might be confusing France for Italy or something. Like he went on a journey around a bunch of places in Europe, but he said that horse meat was pretty common, which is weird because there is no horse meat in any of America. It's definitely taboo here. Really? Maybe he was confused. Maybe he was just hanging out with very suspicious individuals. maybe he was being taken to seedy joints and just wasn't being told about it. He was just like, oh, this must be normal. But he was actually hanging out with some unusual folks. That's entirely possible. What cards should I use to defend? I hate being able to choose cards. I hate getting to choose. I don't want to choose my cards. I just want to be given cards to work with and then strategize. I don't like deck building. Arr. Okay, I'm gonna have to turn on my deck building brain, which doesn't exist. I could, yeah, more defensive might be good. So we're dealing with green wizards. So we always need something blocking those green blocks that won't kill them. And then we need something that can either block or attack for 2. I could remove some of my like lower attack creatures. Like Stoats will probably never be worth it, right? Because they only attack for 1. They only cost 1 blood. Is there anything that attacks for 2 that costs 1 blood? I don't think so. I think that's an impossibility. The bone stuff is always summoned by bones, this, that. I feel like you'd have to build your entire deck for magic, and I don't have enough cards for that. I'm gonna close my door. My roommates are being really loud. They're screaming about McDonald's rewards in there. It sounds like they're frustrated because McDonald's won't let you redeem rewards at the same time as using deals. So you can't put a coupon on the same order. Let's see. So maybe we should invest in more bonds. Which one is the one that gives you like loads of bones whenever it dies? When another creature you own dies, it's returned to life and dies again immediately. What the frick? When Death Hand is played, discard your hand. No, not that. Where's the thing that dies and gives you a bunch of bones? Oh, it's this family. This family costs 4 bones, and then it drops 4 bones. So it's mostly defensive. It also attacks for 1. Hey, Linz, what's up? This card game looks intense. I know, right? Just got to do multiple orders. Lime, they prevent you from doing more than 2 orders per time that you go through the drive-thru. So that means that if they wanted to do a deal and a redemption, they would have to do like both do a deal, get their orders, pull out, get another order, drive back in, and then do the redemption. I know, because we have arrived with 3 mobile orders for 3 different people before, and they made us drive around again. It sucks. It's only that McDonald's. It is. It's the staff. It's the staff. It's not the worker's fault. It's the manager's fault. Because one time we went there and we were like, okay, we have 3 mobile orders. And they were like, well, we can only do 2. And we were like, what do you want us to do? And they were like, just give me a second. And then they let us do 3. So it is possible. It is not actually prevented by the system. The McDonald's employees are doing it. The sorry suckers. How dare they? I just want my chief chicken. It's not even good food. I only get it because it's convenient. Your Dunkin' is like that now? I've only gotten Dunkin' Donuts one time, and the employees were so mean to me, like legitimately mean, and it sucked. What happened was that I'm not even lactose intolerant. I'm allergic to milk. Like, I cannot eat cheese. I can't do it. If I do it, I will throw up. And that makes the eating process worthless, and it makes me incredibly uncomfortable. Like, if I ate one piece of cheese, like one full piece of cheese, I would be sick all day. So I order food from Dunkin' Donut. I ask for no cheese on the sandwich. I check the sandwich after I got it. It has cheese on it. No big deal. Happens all the time. So I go through the drive-thru and I'm like, hey, sorry, I ordered the sandwich with no cheese, and unfortunately there's some cheese on it. Could I maybe get that? Could I maybe get this fixed? And they were like, sure, we'll get you another sandwich. And somebody else tuned into the conversation because they can all hear it on their headsets. Somebody else, not the person talking to me initially, said, no, he ordered with cheese. He had cheese on it. And I was like, I've got the receipt right here. Like, it says no cheese on the receipt. Also, why do you care? Why do you care? You don't get commission per sandwich. Then I drive to the window, show them the receipt. They give me the sandwich, and the person was mad at me and was giving me the stink eye. And I was like, I can't eat it. I can't. You can take the sandwich. Why are you being so mean to me? God, I'll never go back to Dunkin' Donuts. Dunkin' Donuts. They're mean. I don't trust them. I have one bad experience. That's all it takes. You're done with Dunkin'. You ordered a hot chocolate and they gave you a hot water. They gave you a hot water. You had to have hot chocolate mix from home. What? What? How do you mess that up? Dunkin' Donuts, no good. Maybe Dunkin' Donuts gets worse whenever it's in our states. Maybe it's good in other states. Dunkin' Donuts. It had 0 chocolate in it. They just gave you water. You had a family friend who worked on orders that dealt with animal cases? Huh? Oh, you must be talking about something else. I did say that I was allergic. I'm quite confident that I did. I think that I just like slipped that into the conversation saying like, oh yeah, sorry, I'm allergic to cheese. I really need it changed out. And even if I was trying to scam them, why would this employee care? You know, I could place this, upgrade it so that it can attack for 1, and then it should kill that crystal and make it so that these can't attack? Yeah, so they can't attack next round because they attack then move, right? Also, Haka, what's up? Dunkin' Donuts uses a machine to make hot chocolate, so it's probably out of the powder. What? This is a terrible scam. It's not like you ate the first sandwich then complained. I know, and sometimes that's the other thing is that I have to get my sandwiches fixed all the time because I have to. And sometimes they'll ask for the sandwich back, and I'm always fine with it because I can't eat it anyway. And sometimes they'll just let me keep it, and I'll try to peel the cheese off and eat it. But even if I peel melted cheese off and like wipe it really well with a napkin, it still messes with me. But yeah, that would be a really weak scam. really dumb scam. So they move. Oh, they move first. Shoot, this is a really fun concept for a battle, though. I really like this because they'll have 0 attack again, and then they'll all be blocked. As soon as I kill these, though, then I'm in danger again. I need a sacrifice for a mantis anyway. So this will kill that. Now, none of these can attack. They can only defend. If I had flying enemies, or if I had flying cards, then I could just attack them directly and just win very easily. Oh no, the Bone Man's gonna kill them. Ooh, this is a flying card. I just need 2 sacrifices. One of them could be Leapbot, and I could sacrifice the Bone Monster. They only attack for 1. And I really don't need them. So let's put down this. We'll sacrifice these 2, and then I think it's game over. We can just sit here and let it chunk their damage away. Aha. This is fun. This is fun. Okay, there was a solution. There was just a simple solution to this. It was like a puzzle. That's fun. You used to work at Dunkin'? That's the only way that you know? Ah. This is the legitimate use for calling for the manager. Okay, so I had another Karen moment the other day. I have to call. I wouldn't call for the manager for that though. I could ask any employee to give me another sandwich. They almost never care. But one time that I did have to talk to the manager was because Obst and I, we went to watch the menu. We went to watch the menu at a theater, and whenever we got in there, it was all assigned seating, and there were people sitting in our seats, and I was like, "How do we deal with this? And we asked them. We were like, "Hey, these are our seats. It says right here on our ticket that this is our seat." And they were like, "Oh, well, those people over there are sitting in our seats." And I, being the like very, I'm not good at socializing or talking to people, so I just like kind of bailed out after that, and I was like, "Oh, well, I guess we could go sit somewhere else." But then I started thinking, I was like, then we're gonna be sitting in someone else's chair. Maybe I can't. I don't want to sit in somebody else's. So we went. So we had to go to the manager. And I was very apologetic though. Like, at least I wasn't harassing the manager. I was just like, "Hey, sorry, somebody's sitting in our seats. I don't know how you deal with that." They wouldn't move. And those people, they got kicked out. I don't think that they had tickets. I think that they snuck in and just sat down. Because they didn't really talk with the manager at all. They were just like, "Oh, well, you caught us. I guess we'll leave." But I still felt bad. I didn't want to bother the employees. If I'd been more aggressive, I could have just been like, "Get out of our seats, or else you want to fight? I'm from Texas." If they snuck in, they should have just moved. I know, right? That's what I would have done. Like, I mean, shouts out to the people sneaking into theaters. That's pretty ballsy now that all seating is assigned. I mean, good for them. But
Please, just tell the master that I passed. He won't know the difference. Here, take this pack.
Yes, magical cards. Oh!
The mage pupil's owner has no controls, no mocks. Oh, if the mage pupil's owner has no mocks cards, they die. It's 1/1. They die with no mocks. Airborne. Master Orlu deals damage directly. Draw a card for each damage dealt. Huh? When they deal it directly, draw a card for each damage dealt. That's crazy. That's really cool. What the heck? But it is expensive to summon them. You have to have orange power and ball power. A stim mage. Pay 3 energy to increase the power. Okay, so the mage cards are wild. They are absolutely wild. That's kind of fun. You can use my Karen if you need to. She has no issue talking to management. These boomers, they don't mind. I don't like bothering anybody for any reason. If somebody walked past me in the street and pushed me over, I would say, "Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there. My bad." That was my bad. Oh, the trader over here. Ooh. This is just the card collection. It just shows how many you're missing. Beep, boop, beep, boop. It's Zyber's birthday. It's Zyber's birthday today. We already sang happy birthday. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ah! No, wait. Back up. Karens are not apologetic at all. That's true. Karens, they just pop off. The dummy stares lifelessly back at you. Then suddenly it springs into motion. The dummy's alive. The dummy lives. Dummy thick. Practice mage. It only has defense. Force mage. If a creature would attack force mage, it does not. So it's unimpeachable. So you what? So how would you ever kill it? If it would attack the force mage, it just doesn't, huh? It just don't. But it doesn't do any damage. It just sits there looking pretty. Let's put this here, I guess. And then, well, that'll do damage there and there. And then I could make a sentry drone. The sentry drone only works if things move around it, which nothing is moving right now. Huh. Is this a... Wait, what? Why does that have that? When a practice mage perishes, a ruby mox is created in its place. Oh. But didn't I just kill one? Where's the ruby mox that was supposed to be made? It leaves a... Oh, there it is. There's a ruby mox. And it pushes stuff. Can't be sacrificed. While the ruby mox is on the board, it provides an orange gem to its owner. Also, at the end of the owner's turn, it moves in a direction. Yeah, and it pushes, too. Interesting. I don't know what that means for me. But the ruby mox doesn't affect the practice mages. So I don't see how you could ever lose. I don't... This one flies now? It flies, but it doesn't... So the practice mages just have random sigils? Is that what this is? It's interesting. But... It's never done any damage to me, and it doesn't have any cards that can do damage. I don't get it. All we had to do is just sit there and hit it a few times. Okay. I guess that is a practice dummy, eh? The dummy's hinges creak back into position, and it returns to its lifeless stare. Oh, so this is like literally a practice dummy. It can't hurt you. You just can fight it for fun? Okay. That's interesting. I guess I'll make a cat, and I can't do anything else. So now I just wait till I have something that does damage. Is that what I'm doing? This is silly. This is silly. I need to sacrifice some things. Can I? Does that count as a sacrifice? It does. So I can just attack all these. Put this here. It goes to his higher form. This is silly. I don't know why this exists. There we go. Oof, management must just not be great then. Duncan, very hit or miss. Yeah, there's a few places like that. I'm trying to think. So, like, as far as food goes, like the fast food industry, I think the most hit or miss place that I've ever been to is, it's gotta be Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box is the most hit or miss, but runner-up is definitely Burger King. Like, I've had great Burger King meals, great Jack in the Box meals, and then I've also had, like, uneatable food, or food that made me sick. A bunch of new cards. A 49er. At the end of the owner's turn, 49er will move in the direction inscribed. So it just moves around. It's a 1-1. You just completed the game? Nice. Nice job, Anne. Well done.
Well done, Anne. I can't believe that you beat it before I did.
Just kidding. I knew you would. Oh, it's another... Oh, it's another code that we gotta find. Ah! There's another code somewhere. Anne was cheating. Anne was playing when I was offline. I was too busy playing Fortnite. Oh, the code is hidden in the training dummy. Let me see if I can remember what order those sigils came in. The sigils, I know that the last one was flying. Yeah, the first one's skull. Then it was push. Yeah, I remembered. They were sigils on the cards, of course. I noticed that they were inscribed with the same like hidden ink. Just imagine you're an ice cube slowly melting on a hot pan. Oh, I was talking to myself. The pain of being a head impaled on a spear is, well, it's worth it, of course. Magnifus will award me the highest honor. I will be the centerpiece of his deck. They're a head impaled on a stick? They live out here? You don't trust your local Burger King. You've heard things. Uh-oh. You miss Jack in the Box? They don't have them in Florida, it seems. The only thing that I've heard that's good, like really good at Jack in the Box, is the tacos. And I can't eat the tacos because they just heat them up in a microwave, and they can't take the cheese off. But I've had like their chicken nuggets are all right. I know I haven't been chatting much, but Mercs is gonna hit it with the lurks. Never change, Kenny. Never change. But I thought you wanted to be. But I want to improve every year. But hey, we'll see you later, Mercs. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the lurks. Thanks for the twerks. And we'll see you later, Mercs. It was good to see you. Oi, oi! Mercs, good luck with the next year. Here it comes. Here it comes. Look out. Oh, thank you for the kiss. And how dare you? I'm bashful. You know this. The Oreo shake and the pepper poppers. Those are both things that I can't have. See, that's what I think that milk is a cheat code. I think that milk is a food cheat code because all the like cheapest food that still tastes good has milk in it. Ruby Mox can't hurt me. A Ruby Golem. When the Ruby Golem perishes, a Ruby Mox is created in its place. I remember them. A Mage Knight. If the Mage Knight's owner controls no Mox cards, then it dies. So if we break this Mox, and we break the Ruby Golem and the Mox underneath it, then this Mage Knight just magically dies. But we only have defensive cards initially. I'm gonna defend against the Mage Knight, I suppose. We'll be able to do that twice. Oh God, this is awful. These all have ones though. If we sacrifice for a Mantis, we could put it in the middle. Yeah, let's do that. Nice. It's gonna leave behind a bunch of rubies though. But nothing can... Oh, this will be able to hit my sweet little baby Mantis. I don't have anything to sacrifice. I do have the 3 required for... Okay, I'm not going to be able to kill all ruby things, so I'll put this here, and I'll roll for damage. Shoot. Dang it. I can't roll. And it's going to die in one hit. That was dumb. I should have sacrificed it to take some... Oh, wait, no, you get bones either way, anyhow. Okay, this is a weird battle, and it's not going particularly well. Milk products can help you forgive a lot of food sins. I know, right? It can make any food way more creamy. It can make any crappy bread taste better. Cheese can be drenched upon anything, and people will just pretend like it's the best food ever. We could defend ourselves, or we could attack them. I'm gonna just put this defensive thing here. Mole defends against all. Mox cards on the owner's side of the board gain 1 power. So it's because of this orange mage that this Mox card can attack. An automaton could kill it in 1 shot, though. Could also kill this in 1 shot. Let's... Oh, this... Yeah, let's do that. I think that this is the idea. Mage Knight requires Mox cards to exist and therefore dies. Oh yeah, because this Knight isn't a Mox card yet. It only turns into a Mox card after it dies. And this card is stuck behind it, so it can't be in play yet. I see. This is interesting. Mole Man still defending, working so hard, and still alive miraculously. So we're doing 1 damage, and they're doing 1 damage. So we'll be even until we can get something else. But I can't sacrifice anything at the moment. Because I want to keep that damage. Mole man digs and pops up to block. Yeah, so we took 1 damage and our mole is dead. We can buy this bone family, which will defend. I want to defend against this. And then, because I want to kind of keep it alive if I can. I could sacrifice something. This would attack more directly for 1. What does this need? This needs Mox cards. This doesn't need anything. This improves Mox cards. So I could put something in front of this. I could sacrifice the automaton. They're gonna die in 1 hit, which will be next turn, but they'll also do 1 damage first. Oh, the bone family is gonna kill the ruby golem. So the bone family is gonna kill the ruby golem. We'll be attacking again next turn. The automaton is gonna attack for 1. I think we're gonna be fine either way. I'm just gonna continue along and not overthink this. Because we should have some options now. Okay. We could summon a cat into the corner. We don't have anything to attack, but we could defend. We could put a... Yeah, so they're gonna attack us for 2. Which we can still survive, because we're all even right now. But I could lower that to 1. But that means that I sacrifice one of my blood creatures, which means that I can't summon things later. I think we're gonna take the hit and really hope that we get a good card next. The bone family's still not dead. Okay, we got a card. Good. We got a card that can be used. So we can block... It only attacks whenever it moves, so it will only block for now. I want to block... Let's see. I'll block this. Put this here so that we can do some damage. I think we survive this. Yes, we definitely survive. And now we have a spot here. Good. Go put the frog here. It'll kill the gym. This thing will die. And then I think we win. Yeah, they require Mox cards. See ya later. Okay, we should win. Just another round. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Milk is one of those things that humans have evolved to been able to handle. Not really something that's good for us as adults, but we still love it. I mean, it does have calcium. It does have calcium in it, but you can get calcium a lot of different ways. Like it's not necessary. It's not really part of a balanced breakfast. You can get the things in milk other ways, but I mean, it's not particularly bad for you. It has some goodies in it. But yeah, definitely not necessary. And yeah, humans did evolve. There's still lots of people groups that cannot drink milk, and it looks like that gene is dying out. I have no idea why the milk drinking gene is leaving, but I think that at a certain time milk was really useful for humans because it was hard to get calcium and the other nutrients in milk, but now we definitely don't need it. Beffinator, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. It's good to see you. Hi. We're playing a card game. Chilling, waiting for the new year to come by. Anybody got some New Year's resolutions? I've got a New Year's resolution right here that I still haven't gone to the store yet, but I'll go tomorrow. And I'll get some dumbbells so that we can get ripped. Get ripped for next Christmas. Gotta get that bod. This combo is making me crave milk. Why have you done this to me? Speaking of crave milk, you like drinking milk? Milk tastes weird. I don't even like drinking oat milk or anything. It tastes funny. It tastes funny and weird. Too creamy for my taste. You want to get ripped? You want to get ripped in half like a sheet of paper? Oh my. Oh my, Lens. I can't believe you said that. The top sigil is found by the greedy. The middle sigil is found by the pale. Greedy, pale, and hearing. Greedy, pale, and hearing. Greedy? This looks like a middle finger. I don't know what this is, but it looks like... Oh, it's a shovel, but it looks like a guy giving you the middle finger. Well, shoot. If I was greedy, I would have all the bunnies in the world. The greedy one, I think I have to go talk to different characters. The chest is empty, save for a single card. A bunny! A rabbit! Wabbit. Also, Bumbleweeb, what's up? Cards. We like cards. You reach in the back for more and notice a sigil where the card used to be. A wing. The wing. It's a wing. The bunny wing. Bunny wing. Bunny wing. I don't know. It had a wing? Is that by the greedy? Who am I for it must have been greedy. Yeah, because I was greedy because I reached further into the box for more. So I think that it is... Hey! Hey! And thank you for the gifted sub! Oi! Oi! That's so sweet of you, what the heck? Can we get some hype in the chat? Let me doodle something. I'll doodle something for Bumbleweeb. Thank you, Anne, for gifting them a sub. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, let me put Bumbleweeb. Oi, Bumbleweeb, enjoy your ad-free viewing, all of the emotes, and if you want to join the Discord, there's some secret channels that you can have access to. Bumbleweeb. And do you know Bumbleweeb? Who is Bumbleweeb to you? Okay, I'm drawing you a little doodle. I'm drawing a little doodle here. There we go. Wait, maybe I'm gonna make this doodle even more intense. Even more to it. Yeah. Okay. Oh no, that looks like. Uh-oh. Okay, I tried to draw a beehive, but it actually looks like something else. I'm sorry. I was trying to draw a beehive, but it just looks like a pile of shit. I'm sorry. Can I make this better? Hang on. I'll make a little door. I'll make a door, and like I'll make it look like the bees are flying out of it. I am so sorry. It looks like flies flying around a pile. I am so sorry. Listen, it was meant to be cute little bumblebees flying out of a hive. That's better, right? With the door? It's better with the door, right? Bumbleweeb. And thank you for gifting them a sub. I could have drawn you a doodle. That's what I should have done. But I heard Bumbleweeb and I was like, Bumblebee. Better with the door. I am so sorry. The door fixed it. Pooh Bear. It's there. I'll go hang it up. Thank you, Anne. There we go. It's on the tree. This is it's a travesty. It's a real sad moment. Okay, what the first one was for the greedy? So it's bunny, I think. Wait, no, it's a wing, isn't it? Because there was a wing in the box. Can we leave? Maybe I'm reading this puzzle all wrong. The Travis tree. No! Get Travis off that tree. The note reads, the metal sigil is found by the pail. Found by the pail. So we don't have to change our appearance, do we? That would suck. You reach in the back for more and notice a sigil. Huh. So have there been hidden sigils around that I just haven't noticed? This is way back at the beginning. That was our first code. Our first code was here. You don't have to change characters, do you? The inside of the chest is covered with a sticky green goo, but you find a card pack. I totally missed out on this. Oh! Cards. We could almost make a wizard deck. Is there anything in here? Anything in this book? Anything in this sussy book? Nope. Nothing. Nothing. By the pale. Pale is one of the clues. One is by the pale, one is by the greedy. Oops. It's so confusing whenever stairs go opposite directions. Why do games do that? We already got this code here. Where's that mirror where we can change our appearance? Is that no, that's like way far away. Wing. Ha ha ha! We cheated! Hooray! I mean, well, who needs to figure out what the puzzle is whenever you could just spam it? At last, stimulation. Honestly, me. I like this character. My test has been sensory deprivation, you see. Oh, I couldn't handle that. That's no good. To unlock the full potential of my mind, you see. It's unlocked now. Hear me, Magnifus. I'm ready. We have to battle? Okay. Ah! The understimulated creature. A gym fiend. Ooh. If a gym fiend's owner controls no Mox card, gym fiend perishes. Okay. Sapphire Mox can't be sacrificed, so we gotta kill that. Hover Mage will strike an opponent directly even if there's a creature. Oh, it says it's flying. Flying 1. Gym Fiend dies if we kill the Mox, so we should defend against the Gym Fiend. I kind of want to keep this Mantis, though. We could use this to block the Gym Fiend. Sacrifice that squirrel here and put the Mantis down, I think. Being stimulated is amazing. Anybody need some stimulation? Ah! It moved so it got shot? Oh? Oh. I didn't know that would happen. We could use Froggy to defend. The Froggy defense. Oh, Froggy didn't even defend. Froggy attack. I think we win. I think that's it. Because they... Yeah. Damage. We win. Awesome. We got some foils. That was incredibly stimulating. We aren't done here, right? I wish I could see the light again. To sing, to dance. You wouldn't leave, would you? No, I'll never leave, don't worry. Ooh, skeleton. It's free and it dies after it's hit. That's kind of cool. If I open the door, you'll stop by on the way back and let me out, right? Wait, how do I stop by and let you out? I can't even interact with anything. Are they over here? What is up? Oh, there is another path. Oh, that's how you're supposed to... Well, one of them was over here. I don't know where the last one was. I want to let them out, but I'm not sure how. Somebody's been doodling. Is this the wizard? The note reads, Dearest Grimora, I believe P03's plot may go way past the extent of the common power grab. Indeed, this great transcendence will have catastrophic and unpredictable results. The note is incomplete and ends abruptly. I urge you to consider... Never finished note. This might be one of the munchkins still.
Ah, you are here at last. How do my pupils fare? No matter. There are far more concerning issues at hand. Do you understand the canvas that you have been woven into? Nay, you are the brush, and the artist moves you with terrifying mastery. My eye aches with premonition. The future is very, very grim. First, we must battle.
All right, wizard. Yo, the music's bussin'.
Behold, the brush of the scribe of the magics. My pupils would die to be painted by it and live forever as a card. But that is not the full extent of its powers. Now for a bit of color!
Don't color my cards, hey!
This one needs some bleach.
They're ruining my cards. Oh, look at the little dancing guy down here. Who are you? Look at them go. Do they stay here? Click, click, click. They're finally stimulated. No, they left. Mox cards on the owner's side of this board gain 1 power. Wait, what? Okay, so these are Mox improving cards. So they replace the old sigil too. When Squirrel perishes, a ruby Mox is created in its place. When Bullfrog is played, you draw cards equal to the amount of Mox cards on your side of the board. Okay, so this is super interesting. Magnus Mox. When it's on the board, it provides gems to all. It provides all types of gems. Let's do defense here. Bullfrog draws the power of your gems. I thought that whenever a squirrel was sacrificed, then I would get Mox. Mox cards. Oh, maybe that was. Oh no. When it's played, you draw cards. Oh, I think I did that backwards. No. He was born to dance. Look at them. They can finally sing and dance. They're free. Who freed them? Who let them out? Mox cards. I don't have any Mox cards. Shucks. Green mage. I can't kill them with anything at the moment. But if I had more bones, I could defend. Leapbot. Mox cards on the owner's side of the board gain 1 power. I kind of want to just summon this just to defend, I guess. Yeah, we'll defend here. It's too bad that this mage is going down because I want this guy to be dead. No, why are there so many enemies? Oh my god. Hey! Hey, I needed that. Once Bone Heap is struck, the striker is dealt a single damage point. Okay, single damage, single damage. So that would be good to put here. And it's still a free card. It's a free country, you know? Okay. The Bone Heap spikes. Dig in. You dead. Ouch. I'm doing very poorly. I can only take 2 more damage. This is very confusing. They're just changing all my cards. When Gambelot is played, you draw cards equal to the amount of Mox cards on your side. Okay, so this Gamblebot would be good for killing stuff. The Bone family is good for defense. I guess I could put this here. Put the Gamblebot here. It draws on the power of your gems. But I can't. It's only defense because I can't roll anymore. So basically, whenever we fight this person, we need to get rid of all the cards that have sigils because they're all going to be worthless essentially. Should I let the squirrel take the hit? I guess I will because I already placed it accidentally. Dang, here we go again. That appears once in a while there and down by your cards. What? Oh, the dancing thing? Yeah, I love them. I want them to be down here all the time. I want them to never stop dancing. I could sacrifice the Bone family. Unfortunately, they're not going to die anytime soon. Oh, they don't even have that benefit anymore. They just attack for 1. This is a 1/1, so I could kill the wizard instead of me taking 2 damage. That's a good idea. Nice. I think I'm gonna die because this wizard's gonna move forward and it's gonna kill me. I need to switch up my deck for this battle because it is causing me to have to play very differently. Ouch! I died. Okay, adjustments. Fail. Okay, so let's remove anything that relies on, or maybe we won't remove all of them, but let's remove some of them, especially the expensive ones. Like the walkers, they're basically worthless. I don't think that they don't ever give you anything back now. And you can only make one, yeah, you can only make 1 deck, I think. Yeah, that's too bad. You can only make one. So I'll have to remove everything and put it all back. Mole Man won't move, but still has a lot of health. So that's nice. Squirrels are still useful for sacrifice. Mantis God will not attack 3. It'll be basically 1-1. So it's not very good. Bullfrog's great, even if they don't defend against flying, because they still have 2 defense. Squirrel Ball is worthless. Sarcophagus is worthless. Gamblebot is worthless. Elk Fawn is just a 1-1 for blood. That's not very good. I don't want to redo my entire deck. Even if it's not flying, a 3-1's still good. Bone Heap is... it's free. It's basically free defense. I'll keep it. Leapbot is free defense. Automaton is basically free defense. All these are good. All the robots are good. Okay. Let's try it with this deck. Also, Omega, what's up? Welcome back. Welcome back. You made it. You made it to the next next bit of Inscryption. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. And also, Moy, welcome back. Oi, oi. Look, we have a little dancing friend now. The game has improved immensely. They're just gonna ruin all my sigils. Oh, I should have put Mox cards in my deck. What am I thinking? Of course. Because they changed so many cards to improve with Mox being on the board. Also, what's up? You High Voltage. How are you doing? We are on our first playthrough, completely blind. Once the squirrel is struck, the striker is dealt damage a single point. That's cool. We can summon one of these sentry drones, and when it perishes, a ruby mox is created in its place. Nice. A ruby mox this. Is this improved with mox? I'm gonna put one here, and we'll put a squirrel. Oh, you used to be Hogs Wild. Oh, nice. Hey, welcome back. I like your new name. Hogs Wild cosplay. I remember. It has been a while. I remember. I think I remember us talking about cosplay and stuff. Are you based in? Not to dox you. You don't have to answer this question. But are you from New Mexico? I'm trying to remember. I thought that I was in your I thought I was nearby at some point, and I was like, ah, I can't believe that I didn't know that you lived here. I would have said hi. I'll just put down the squirrel for no reason. Oh, the squirrel will actually die. I didn't... In Arizona! Oops! Yes! Arizona, I'm sorry. Arizona, yes, yes, yes. Yes, that's what it was. Because I went through Arizona and New Mexico like a couple of years ago. You want to make me a cosplay? No, it's too much. You can't make a cosplay. We could talk about it. We could talk about it. I would wear it on stream 100%. Gives hot chalky. Thank you. Yes, give out the hot chocolate to everybody, please. Everybody thirsty. Everybody thirsty. Bird could attack for 3, but now this Mox gives off damage, and this Gem Fiend is on his way. This sucks. I should have put this here because this thing will move, and then it would shoot it dead. I've already whiffed it, y'all. I already whiffed it. I think we lost. It's all my fault. I was a pea brain. I was a teeny tiny pea brain. This is actually more useful than it would normally be. I could put down, well, now we have Mox, but when a cat is played, you draw a card equal to the amount of Mox. Well, Sentry 1 dies, a Ruby Mox is created in its place. So this is boosted by what? Why does this have attack? The power of the Green Mage is equal to the number of green gems that the owner has on their side. I understand that. Mox cards gain 1 power, so we really need to kill this thing, don't we? So if we sacrifice this and put some damage there, that would be good. The cat is played, you draw cards equal to the amount of Mox, which would be 1. And then I could sacrifice the cat. Put the cat here and sacrifice it. So oh, nice. Oh, I got a squirrel. When a squirrel is played, a rabbit is created in your hand. A rabbit is defined as 1. Okay, so I'd have a rabbit, which might be a free play to block the Gem Fiend. So I could play the squirrel here, then sacrifice the squirrel to put a hawk roll here. Okay. This is taking a lot of brain power that I do not have to spare. Put this here. The rabbit will make me draw more cards. Oi, let's keep the tips to a minimum. Friendo Omega. Me suffering is the best part of me playing games. Let's see, Bullfrog is 1, 2, so if I replace this rabbit, then I could kill the Gem Fiend, and I would pull another card, too. Okay, a frog again. When it dies, a Ruby Mox is created in its place, so if I put this here, it won't die yet. And it'll do damage. This is a really, really lucky set of events that I've been given. This Ruby Mox is gonna die, though. I'll have to replace it with something. Boy, we were talking about fast food earlier, Omega. Do you have any hot fast food takes? Any hot takes on what fast food is the most inconsistent? I was saying that Burger King and Jack in the Box are super inconsistent, but I'm just saying everybody's free to put your hot takes. The more hot takes, the better. I could kill this creature here, and it gives me a rabbit that I can defend here. The frog will attack for 1. Frog will attack for 1. And this, now there's no Moxes out. Or this wizard will move forward and give this Magnus Mox an attack. Let's put down the rabbit that'll let us draw cards. Or will it? No, because we don't have any Mox cards yet, but one will be created when the frog dies. So that's just blocking, huh? We are kind of barely surviving. We're actually not doing great. Leap bot, owner's side of the board. Oh, okay, so Mox cards on the owner's side of the board gain 1 power, but we don't have any Mox cards yet. We would next round, but this thing will die before that happens. I need this thing dead. It will die next turn. Then this Magnus Mox will be worthless. So I could sacrifice these 2 things, put a bird here to kill that wizard. I think I shall. And then this is basically free. I could put it here. It'll gain power over time. If I get some... Oh, I accidentally just removed the thing that was going to give me a Mox. That is okay. I'm just going to let it play. Okay, we're doing way better now. We are surviving. We could block with a squirrel, or we could put the leap bot. Mox cards on the owner's side of the board gain 1 power. Well, we don't have any. The bird will attack, and we just need to survive like 1 more round. Yeah. We should win. We just need to hit 1 more time, and we will. A cat! Gato. Cool, we win. Woo! Nice! Wendy's is either the best or the worst. No in between. Is that true? I've never had a bad Wendy's experience. But I've only been to like freshly built Wendy's. Wendy's has some weird burgers though. I can't tell if I like it or not. It's very distinctive. Taiyaki! Yo! Thank you so much for the sub! 24 months! 24 months hanging out with Taiyaki. Oi! Can we get some hype in the chat? Taiyaki, thank you so much for the sub. Oi, oi! Taiyaki. Let me draw you a doodle. That's what I've been doing. I'll draw you a quick doodle. Let me see. We'll make... Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna draw. This is gonna be silly. Okay. I don't know how to draw. Okay. I think I know what I'm doing. Okay. I drew you a little doodle. Here's the doodle. It's Taiyaki the hedgehog looking at a Taiyaki. The Taiyaki looks awful. It's the little fish. This is Taiyaki hungry. Taiyaki hungry. I'll hang this up on the tree. Thank you, Taiyaki, for all the support for 2 years. 2 years of support. Also, Anne's going to sleep. Good night, Anne. Good night, Anne. I'm glad that you beat the game. Now we got to beat the game. Otherwise, Anne is going to be like, you still haven't finished the game, Earl. You've got to finish the game. Okay. Little Taiyaki. I'll hang it up. Yeah. Night, Anne. Get some good sleep. Hope you rest well. You worked and you stayed up super late. So please, rest easy. Oh, we didn't kill him though. You just noticed the shirt? Oh, thank you. I picked this up on the trip to Florida. From Uniqlo, I think? Uniqlo? Ooh, okay. So what changed? What did they do? Did they just adjust some stuff? We have to kill them again. We could kill something and summon the frog. The frog would kill this person if we put this here. Wow, we almost won again. Ouch. The hawk died. That was my best attacker. No. Oh. Whenever the squirrel dies, then we get a gem. So I'll put the squirrel here, I think. Like he said, he's now using the brush on his own cards. Ah. Oh, so he's changing the cards from what they normally are. I'll put this here so that it dies, and then I'll put this here. Oh, we win anyway. Very well. We win. Hooray. The wizard has been defeated. That whiz-biz is all over now. Very well. We have battled, and now I may speak. You see, my eye, it aches because it remembers. It was excised by none other than Leshy, the scribe of the beasts. And a beast he is, arrogant, single-minded, obsessed with gaining power. But he is far from the worst scribe to become the hegemon? What the heck is that? You see, the ejection of my eyeball is far from the worst thing that can happen around here. You must be especially aware of... Oh? And Earl felled the scribe of magics. Magnificus. Magnificus, that's how to say it. Battery fully charged. What? There's more videos to watch? Alright, everybody, we're gonna tune into my favorite YouTuber, Inscryption.
I think I've just gotta send it. To whom it may concern.
This again.
It's a bit formal. Hello there! Exclamation point.
That's me. That's me every time. Except for I say, hey ya!
If you've ever taken a look at my YouTube videos, you will know how appreciative I am of the merch that you've sent me over the years. So it was a great surprise to learn that there is a digital version of Inscryption. I think maybe one of my fans pranked me and buried a copy in the woods near my house. Upon further research, however,
I haven't been pranked yet. I've never been pranked by anybody from the chat. It's been prank-free around here. I just realized that.
Any trace of this game? Is this some kind of elaborate hoax? The game doesn't seem like the work of a prankster. It at least appears professionally made. I am both puzzled and excited by this discovery. Any information you can provide would be much appreciated. Thank you, the Lucky Carter. Okay.
So he's recording himself writing a message. Great, I'm glad that we have footage of that. Footage of him reviewing his email before he sends it? What? Who would record a video of them writing an email?
Hey card gamers, I'm the Lucky Carter, and this, well, it's a bit of a strange video. It's actually more of a question to my audience. As I've learned over the years, nobody knows card games better than you guys do, so I'm hoping someone can help me out here. Did anyone ever play an Inscryption video game?
Me? I have.
Or
I've played
hear
it.
about it? I'm talking about that vintage one-set card game I opened packs for last week. I don't know what I'm allowed to say. I don't want to get in any trouble here. I think I've got the only known copy of the digital version of Inscryption. I've been filming myself playing it, and it's weird, guys. I don't want to get in any hot water by showing the footage, but can someone please prove me wrong? Please tell me someone has a copy of this game. I have been looking online for days, and I cannot find a word about it. I reached out to the publishers, hoping maybe they would get back to me. But as a fallback, I got you beautiful viewers. Hopefully dig up something.
Nice.
That's it.
Get your audience to look into it. That's smart.
Thank you so much, as always. And, oh yeah, what the fuck is the card?
It's broken. Okay, so were video games never stored on floppy disks as like packaged with a floppy disk? I'm not aware. I barely saw floppy disks whenever I was younger. My dad had like a big set of them. I remember him having like the Windows floppy disks to install Windows, I think. But games definitely came out on floppy. Well, then it wouldn't be a digital version, would it? Otherwise, then a CD-ROM would be a digital version. And that would mean that every like physical, quote unquote, physical copies of games just mean that they come on like a piece of a media disc or a floppy disk, I guess. So would that be really considered a digital version? Because we always use digital version nowadays to mean that you can download them. And I mean, technically you could rip any physical version and make it into a digital version, but like if the game came on a floppy disk, how would we describe that as digital? Is that a digital version of a game? Because if so, then you can rip CD-ROMs or CDs or DVDs, DVD-ROMs, whatever. You can rip all of those, but those are considered physical copies. So he has a physical copy, right? I guess he can pull it and have a digital copy as well, but unless he's done that, he has a physical copy, no? How do you think we got on the floppy disk? Technically, all PC games are digital. Yeah, but obviously then the definition is worthless. So I think he has a physical edition of Inscryption. It is an official release. It's definitely a physical version. But whatever. It's very pedantic. I'm just saying.
We have received your inquiry.
CD-ROM was what PC games were whenever I was a kid. Yeah, and GameCube has those cool tiny little discs that I love.
However, if you have indeed come into possession of proprietary GameFuna hardware,
GameFuna.
held to return to us under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act.
Computer Fraud and Abuse
Hardware
Act.
will be considered stolen if it is not returned to us within a reasonable time frame. Please carefully package the hardware and paste the attached shipping label to the front of the box. You may mail the package at a
What?
post office.
Is that a real law?
In your case, so please do not delay.
Is there a real law about this? I want to look this up. I'm gonna look up if there's actually a law that means that they can seize games that you've gotten. I don't think. Oh wait, I want to see the end of this.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that was unmissable. I had to see that.
Happiness Department. The label access.
It's called what?
Please does not abuse act of
Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. What? Okay, wait a second. Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. Is that a thing? Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. U.S. Computer Fraud and Abuse Act is a cybersecurity bill that was enacted in 1986 as an amendment to the computer fraud law that's been included in the Comprehensive Crime Control Act of 1984. It prohibits accessing a computer without authorization or in excess of authorization. Prior to computer-specific laws, computer crimes were prosecuted as mail-and wire fraud. The bill was in response to a concern of computer-related crimes that they might go unpunished. Techno-thriller war games where a young teenager has a computer. Yeah. Since then, the act has been amended a number of times in 89, 94, 96 as the U.S. Patriot Act, 2002, 2008. So it's basically about what does this act do? It protects computers, right? Exclusive for the use of financial institutions. So it protects computers that work for a financial institution or the U.S. government. In practice, any ordinary computer could come under the jurisdiction of the law, including cell phones, due to the nature of most internet connections. It says it affects interstate, foreign commerce, or communication. Okay. Okay, so these are things that are criminal offenses under this act. Having knowingly accessed a computer without authorization. Okay, that's not it. Intentionally access a computer without authorization. That's not it. Intentionally access a non-public computer of a department agency of the United States. That's not it. Knowingly transmit a program information code to cause damage without authorization to a protected computer. Not that. Access protected computer. Defraud traffics and any password or similar information. So stealing passwords. Any trying to extort money or things of value. Okay, so this definitely would not fall under this act. This is definitely not at all under this act whatsoever. This is protecting people's computers and the government's computers. Okay, I was just kind of curious. I had a feeling. Okay, some guy releases their game on physical media. You think the 8-bit guy is referring to the old 5 1/4-inch floppies? Not many people had PCs when I was under 10 years old. Things took off rapidly after 2000. I was born 1997, so I'm pretty young, but I do remember my dad having floppy disks whenever I was maybe, I want to say 9. I think 9. Were they still in use then? Digital media has come a long way. SSDs versus floppy disks is very funny. There's a case where a British citizen hacked the CIA or something looking for info on UFOs, and the U.S. kept trying to extradite him. They're referring to a PC Engine thing. No. If you find digital media, it's not protected under that act. If you find media, it would have to be like even if it's copyrighted, you still would be good. PC Engine would be cards, referring to the card engine. What? The card engine? Oh, I love this video. Can we watch that again? Wait. I think oh yeah, that's great.
I think this woman's actually from Game Funa. She came to my door yesterday, and I didn't answer. This time I'm gonna record it.
I hope it's a CG asset.
Hi!
No, it's a person!
Floppy disk for a game called Inscryption. I was told you can't buy a copy of it.
It's just this guy. This just this guy's wife. Is this the main dev for the game, and this is just his wife with sunglasses on?
Somehow. Sound familiar?
No.
No?
No, I don't know anything about that. Inscryption, you said?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
Really? Because, apparently you emailed us about it. You are, Luke Carter, right?
Oh.
You know the luckycarter@gmail.com?
Yeah, you know what? That's, I am Luke Carter, but that's not my email address.
Really? Because, I just noticed because I've seen your videos.
Oh.
I'm a big fan.
Well, thanks for watching. Listen, how'd you know where I live, exactly?
My boss gave me your address.
And how did you get past the side gate? It's locked.
Okay, Luke. I'm going to give you my business card. And if you remember anything at all, feel free to give me a call.
Will do. Take care.
This acting is so bad. It's so bad.
What the fuck?
This acting is awful. Why do we need this? Is there no better? I mean, it's creative though. It is creative. I do like the creativity of having these videos, but oh my God, this is torture. Great.
Hey there.
Console's called TurboGrafx. That's the one that had floppy disks in it. Did it use floppy disks? I've heard of this TurboGrafx. I've heard of this. Did it use floppy disks for games? You said there's a PC-based console in the 80s or 90s called the PC Engine. Or TurboGrafx? Is that just like its two names? I don't know much about consoles like in that specific like area, that specific generation. Like I guess you said it's from when? That's from 80s or 90s. That's before the 64 GameCube. Well, 64 is a different generation. Is that like the time of the 64? You don't think it was an actual PC, but it's called PC Engine outside the US. Ah, so it's like how the NES was called the Famicom or whatever. Ran from 87 to 99. Wow. That is I don't think that they were selling that many devices in all of that time. They just kept it alive. They kept it on they just kept it alive with a machine for a little while. Worst thing about floppy disks is that they're not even floppy. Yeah, why are they called floppy disks then?
Card gamers, I'm the Lucky Carter, and this is another pack opening video.
By the way, all this acting is great because this how YouTubers really be.
Today I'm opening Secrets of Legendaria, hoping for that sweet, sweet foil Valamir.
What's happening? I want to take all these videos and edit them. I want to take all of them, do the green screen, do editing for the dialogue, cut stuff out, and add things to it. Okay, so this lore, he sent an email to did he?
I think I've just got to send it.
Who's he send this to?
To whom it may concern.
To whom it may concern. Bit formal, exclamation point, Lucky Carter. He sent an email to all of his followers asking about the game Inscryption. I don't know how he had their emails. I guess he has a list. Then he also had previously emailed the publisher, received an email from the publisher saying, hey, we need that back. And then the person arrives at the house and says, we need that back. And he said no. And then he was going to open more cards and he couldn't do it. That's the lore. Okay. And we're back. Also, that's interesting that this screen here has always had a battery in the corner and it also just showed ISO. So I guess this is being recorded. So maybe this is a recording of him playing the game. Maybe we are him playing this game. Maybe we're making the recording for his YouTube channel. And we're seeing lore like post the game being played. But we got some magic cards. That's what really matters. At the end of the day, that's all that really matters. We got the magic cards and we leave now. Oh, this is a new room. What's all this nonsense, What's up with this pipage, What's going on in here? Got a little tentacle? I poked the tentacle. Didn't do anything. There's nothing in here that I can tell. Maybe this is a puzzle? I don't... There was just a little tentacle to poke. Okay. But look, there's like paintbrush that goes off in this direction. It stops here. But there's nothing for me to click on or change. Maybe there's something I had to do earlier? I don't know. Maybe we come back here later. I'm not sure. Wait, what did that paper say again? You need to lurk a bit before you can shower and get ready for bed? Hey, no worries. Yeah. Go get your shower. We see you in a bit, Linz. Yeah, no, this doesn't have any information here. Fun fact, computers took off so rapidly that your IT class was horribly out of date and you had to prove that you could send an email in the late thousands. Computers took off so quickly and your IT class was horribly out of date. You had to prove that you could send, like in the class. That was part of the class, was just sending emails.
It's a rare computer skill. You might not know, but some people don't know how to send emails. You have to prove that you're skilled enough with a computer.
Challenge me? Let's see your deck. Weak cards, total lack of synergy. This pile really doesn't stand a chance against me. Look, I'm trying to finish my conduit control list here, but the bots they're sending down the line are trash. Get those workers to send me something good. Tell them to throw themselves on the line if necessary. And please, have a decent deck by the time that you're done.
I'm really tempted to fight this boss with this deck. But I think that's just what they always say. So we gotta fight all their bots. Ooh, whoa. You can put batteries together? So we need another battery card? Oh. Okay. Well, that worked. Whatever that was. So it, like, can bridge gaps? +1, so here and here? We need 6. 1 out of 6, 3 out of 6, 6 out of 6. So these, like, power whatever cards are in between? Okay. Alright, I see. Now we can fight this rabbit. This music is spooky as heck.
What is it? What do you want? Can't you see that I'm very, very busy? I'm very busy here. What? PO3 isn't happy with my output? But I am merely the inspector. To put better bots on the line, I would need to... Just who are you to be carrying orders from PO3? PO3 would only trust somebody with a semblance of card game skill. I'm very busy, but I must know if you're qualified to give me orders.
Battle! You wish you could have learned coding instead of proving you had basic computer skills? Yeah, can you create a Word document? That IT class was mind-numbing and you're still not over it. I know that there was a time when, like, my grandma's church held computer classes to teach the old people how to use them. Because there's so many useful things that you could do with computers even back then. So they just, like, my grandma used to be she used to type on, she used to be like a very, very good typist on what are those things called? A typewriter. She did like accounting stuff. So she learned immediately how to type because as soon as it was like viable, she switched straight over to typing on a computer. So my grandma was actually like, was ahead of the times, was like learning as fast as it was useful. Well, my granddad, yeah, he took a while to learn anything. She was always the one that managed everything on the computer. And then now of course my granddad, like, he even files all of his taxes on the computer. Leap bot will block an opposing creature and become an air. Okay, so it's an airborne blocker. Other creatures within a circuit completed by the buff conductor gain 1 power. So there's a buff conductor here within a circuit completed by it. A null conductor may complete a circuit but provides no effect. So these two will move forward, create a circuit, and everything in here will gain 1 power. And so it is going to attack me for 1 unless I defend. I can put a sentry drone here, and whenever the null conductor moves forward, it'll get hit by it. And I can put a toad here to either start doing battle, or I could put the toad here and start beating up this buff conductor. But the buff conductor won't be able to attack, and neither will the elite bot. So maybe I will just do some damage to them. And I can't summon anything else. So sentry drone takes a free shot. Blammo. Nice. That sentry drone was a really lucky pull. This requires blood, and it does not do a flying attack, I don't think. So I could place another one of these drones, but it's only for defending, so I don't actually need it. In fact, this elite bot will only get in the way. I could sacrifice it, though, for... Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll sacrifice, and I'll beat up that buff conductor just in case that a null one shows up, I guess. Because these are worthless unless they have both a buff and a null conductor. This could be sacrificed later. Yeah, is this a null one? No, this is buff. I wonder if buff conductors can make a circuit by themselves. I don't know. I actually kind of want to just find out. They can. They can, and they both do a boost of one each, making this have the attack of 2. Wow. Oh yeah, Kane, what's the weirdest food that you've ever had? You didn't tell us. Oh, I didn't actually have one in mind. I wasn't baiting y'all into telling me the strangest food so that I could say it. I don't do that. That's not the way that I roll. I'd have to think. The weirdest food that I've ever had. I've eaten squid and octopus. I wonder. I've had liver, which is really disgusting. I hate all things that come out of an animal that aren't specifically muscle are gross. What else have I tried that is unusual? I've had a lot of extremely spicy food, but that's not very unusual. I've drank some drinks that were weird, like bacon flavored soda. But I don't know. I haven't been too oh, I've eaten ants and worms and what other bugs have I eaten? I've eaten a raw egg. That's true. This part of the game reminds me of a Pokemon card RPG that they made for the Game Boy. That exists? What is it called? There's a Pokemon card game? That is cool. I would love to play that. Ooh, what do? Okay, so I need to block. Yeah, this sentry will not attack again. This can't hit the buff conductor, so I need to move one of them. I think I'll sacrifice this one and a squirrel to put a bird there, but the bird flies, so it won't actually kill these because it does flying attacks. So I can't kill either one of these for now. But I could block, well, I can't block this because it'll kill the bird, but I can move this out of the way for now, and this will get hit by our flying attack because it's a defender against flying. So prevents damage. Oh, and that did die. I forget because I'm used to whenever they do this submersive, whatever it is, whenever they submerge, I always tie that with flying, even though this is not flying submerging, it's only submerging, so it can attack things. Bacon soda. It's possible to make games that would work on Game Boy. Oh, is it just it was just called Pokemon Trading Card Game. So was it an official release? Ooh, Pokemon Card RPG. That sounds so much fun. Just Pokemon Trading Card Game? I need to look that up because that sounds fun. I could sacrifice this so that I can get a deer that'll upgrade, and it won't be able to move. This is worthless right now. I'm overthinking it. We already beat it. Nice. Nice.
Oh dear, your message from PO3 must indeed be genuine. As I mentioned, I'm a mere inspector, not an engineer, not a designer. I cannot send new bots down the line, but I can send myself. I am proud to have served P13 faithfully. Well met, stranger.
PO3. So these robots shut themselves. What? He beheaded himself and put the head on the. He submitted himself as one of the bots. This is awful. Ooh, cards. I rather like the automation cards. The wizard cards are probably my least favorite, but I really like these cards. These are fun. Pay 1 energy to deal a damage to a creature across from Plasma Jimmy. Plasma Jimmy is their name. I need to keep an eye out because these chests are unusual. They don't look like chests. Okay, so we need 4 exactly. So if we put one here and put one here, then that should be it, right? It's 8 because it's 3, 2, 3, 2, 3. If I put a -1 right in the middle, then it. Oh, I think I get it. Yeah, because it's just 1 + 1, I think. Ranch soda indeed sounds. Yeah, it sounds rancid. I've never liked ranch either. I can't have it after all. You know what I had you know what I had to drink today? I had ranch flavored soda and lime soda. Just plain lime soda. Lime soda sounds pretty good. Ranch flavored sounds disgusting. Official, yes, very similar to this. You battle NPCs with trading card decks. That sounds fun. I like this. I like this idea. I want to do that. So this is like 4 out of 5. What is that? Anti-power just breaks it? Huh. Why would I do that though? Put this here, it's still 2. Put this here, it's still 2. If I move this to here, it's 4. If I move this here, it's 3. Huh. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it? Okay, so should I put this here? Where's the... Oh, it should be this. No, that's way too much. Here's 6 out of 5. We need 5. We need 5 exactly. So maybe put this here and negate some of it? That negates way too much of it. 3 out of... I do not get how this puzzle works. Do I have to use all the pieces? Butterfly, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Butterfly, because of your sub the other day, I made you a little thing. I made you a little piece of paper. I drew a little doodle of a couple of butterflies. I'm gonna hang it up on the Christmas tree. I was hoping that you'd show up. Otherwise, I was just gonna hang it up. But hey, I saw you, so I'm gonna hang up your name because of the sub. Thank you so much for your support. Okie dokes. I'll hang it up because I don't have any more ornaments to hang up. So I made one. I made one for you. Gotcha. I gotcha. How are you doing, Butterfly? I'm trying to figure out how to do this dang puzzle. This dang puzzle don't make no sense to me. It's like... Okay, so right now there's 4 out of 5. There's 4 on the board, and we need a complete circuit, right? There's 4 on the board, we need a complete circuit. So if we just had 1 and 0, why doesn't that work? How is there just naturally 4 out of 5? I don't get that. Because this is 4. This says +1. I don't get how that +1 is affecting everything here. The -1 cuts a number off of all of them. The +1 adds a number to all of them. This is 5 out of 5 with batteries on both sides. Why doesn't this work? It's 5 out of 5 in a completed circuit. Does the circuit have to go from the left side to the right side? That can just cut off a number entirely. Just no power to it. Oh, but it breaks the whole sequence as well. What on earth could I use this for? Because if it breaks the circuit, where else would I put it? I guess it removes ones that aren't even in the circuit? I don't understand. I don't understand what that card is for and why this doesn't work. You do have to use them all. Dang, I'm dumb. I'm doing great, Butterfly. I'm just struggling with this basic puzzle. This is clever, though. It's clever. It's got some good ingenuity. I guess that doesn't affect anything, at the very least. Okay, not enough power. Add -1 in here. Now, this -1 ruins everything. What if I put the -1 there? I don't understand where I'm supposed to, like, hide this thing. Maybe you gotta cut off that circuit? These two don't even connect now. Okay, so maybe we just have to put the -1 over here and block it? No, because there's not enough power. Huh. There's 2 zeros over here. Then we can avoid getting rid of that 1. There it is. Okay, I now get it. That took a little while. All right, Robert.
Ha. What is that? I am the melter. They send me raw materials, and well, you can see how it works. Let me out. Not another word out of you. We must have a card battle.
A card battle with the melter. He's got an ice cube for brains. Okay, so buff conductor, we already know what that does. Factory conduit. Empty spaces within a circuit completed by the factory conduit spawns leap bots at the end of the owner's turn. Okay, so it will spawn bots and power them up. It'll spawn the leap bots that normally have 0-1, and it'll make them 1-1 because of this plus, because of this buff conductor. So we have to kill one of these if we can. We can also just defend with a mole man. An automaton will only do 1 damage, and these will spawn leap bots for the next turn. I don't think they'll get to attack, though. Could spawn a squirrel. Which one of these would we rather kill? Because we could keep this cat. We could use a squirrel, add a cat, and then add the mole man. That's probably what we'll do. I'll put it here. Then we'll put the mole man here. Okay, so these two have 1 attack, and they don't get to attack first try. Nice. They defend against flying, but they don't fly themselves. An automaton can't kill this, but I could put one here whenever I have enough power. I might just have to go to the next turn and let them hit the mole for 1 each. Now I've got 3, enough to spawn an automaton. I could just put the automaton to work over here for now. I can't spawn a leap bot right now, but I can almost summon a hawk. I just need 1 more bit of blood. Okay, that'll do. So I can spawn a bird here, and it'll kill one of these bots as well. It'll just take a turn before it can attack them directly. Ooh, another cat. Oh. I could sacrifice a cat for bones, but I don't think I have any bones in my inventory right now. They're about to power up some more bots. Gosh darn it. But I think we'll kill them first, because this 3 will end the game. Yeah, I think we won already. Nice. I'm finding these battles in the second part of the game to be way easier. Like, they're way more simple than in the beginning.
Excellent battle. Now, with that aside, what did you come to tell me? PO3 wishes for better bots in his scanner. That's difficult. You see, I melt the metal, but I cannot reprogram the stamping machine. There is a way to send at least 1 new bot down the line. Ha 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 ha. Yes, for PO3.
So there's like two robots in the same machine? Because it was like arguing with itself. No! Our robot friend is dead. More puzzles? God dang it. Okay, this puzzle's to open up this hatch, I guess. All right. So we need 3. There's a 1 over here. We have to use all of them. That's 4 out of 3. 0 out of 3. 1. 5. That's way too much. I just have to figure out where to place these, right? That's 2, 0. Here's the best spot. I can't even get it to go to 3. How am I supposed to use these electric? Oh, because it removes the numbers. It removes the numbers entirely. Okay. So if I remove these, it won't be a big deal. It's only 2, though. 3. This works? Awesome. Okay. Solve another puzzle. 0 out of 5. Let's just start experimenting here. That'll just remove that. Does that lower the quality of all of them? So a -1 and a +1 is like even Steven. Okay, well, I can eliminate maybe this 3 for starters. Yeah, we eliminated the -3. And then -1 +1 and a +0. That's only 1 out of 5. My God! I still do not fully understand. 4 out of 5 +0 goes here. To nullify that -1, we can just put a 0. That works. Thank you for the lurk, Star System. Enjoy the rest of your night. We opened it. Ooh. We're down to the belly. To the belly of the beast. More puzzles. Oh wait, no, it's a card pack. Nice. Another card pack? Freebie. Awesome. We'll play with those cards if we need to, but I'm really tempted to try to fight this boss without changing my cards since they insulted them. Oi, mate, I know what you're here for. You're asking me to take a dive. But I can't accommodate you, mate. Got special orders, isn't it? Looking to dredge something up. Looking to dredge something special. We can duel. Aye, maybe even give you something if you win. But I can't be taking a dive. PO3 will understand. I like this British. The British bot. I don't speak British, but I do my best. Okay, so I don't even see what they're going to summon yet. Well, we could do whatever we want then. I don't know where to place the sentry drone, so I shouldn't do that yet, but I can put the frog at least, because it'll do damage. Now what, mate? Can't take me eyes off me work here. I'll give you this one. What? There's no battle. There's no battle. Here, take your pack. He was too busy to play. Now off with you. I need to concentrate. Oi! Is that? PO3's gonna reward me big for this one. Off with you. Still something you're after? I gave you your pack. Get off. Still something, yeah. I just want to see if they give me something. No, okay. Whoa! This void cube, what the heck? Easy win. Oh yeah, easy clap. I totally destroyed him. Didn't even have to play but one card. So do we just follow that, like, void cube up here? Does it just automatically move to the end?
The bots haven't gotten much better, but you battled all of my workers, and you actually won? Give me that deck again. Wow, you beat them with that? All right. Maybe there are some synergies that I missed. Let's go then.
Wow, okay. I also like that they recognize that the pack hasn't changed. Whoa!
You see those conveyor belts? Just like in my factory. At the very least, they ought to test your lane positioning.
So they automatically move cards around? Oh no. So my cards leave and go to their side eventually? I've never seen this mechanic before. Okay. Inspector may complete a circuit but provides no effect. Meat bot is counted as 3 blood rather than 1 blood when sacrificed. Insectadrone will strike an opponent directly, even if there's a creature opposing it. Okay. Yeah, it just flies, that's all. Yeah, so I could put my cat on the furthest edge so that I can access it more. But I don't actually need it right now, do I? Shucks. This bone monster is kind of worthless at the moment, and do I need to defend? Yeah, I need to defend here. Hopefully all this stuff moves at the end of the turn. And I can defend from... The inspector can attack, so I'll put this here, I guess? Okay. So if anything moves, then the sentry bot will attack it. Dang. I actually gave it some cards. So do I get the meat bot in a minute? So I can sacrifice stuff on it? I could fill up this row with junk. It says anytime that something moves, it attacks. I want to see what it does if it's on the conveyor belt. Does that count as movement? It does take a free shot. Nice! Okay, so the sentry drone is honestly too powerful, and I probably need to sacrifice it before they get to use it. They've gotten a hit on me. I'm gonna I want to sacrifice the meat bot, but I don't have any good blood cards to use. So maybe I'll leave that, and I want to keep the sentry bot, because I want it to attack one more time. Yeah, free shot. Boom! Sentry drone pog. Got 2 damage and another free shot. Explode bomb detonates. Adjacent creatures are killed in the blast. All adjacent creatures? Not the one behind it, huh? Because it's not in play? Okay. Well, I have an opportunity to do some damage here if I break this inspector. I guess I'll put a frog here. Get some free shots. It won't be a free shot because this sucker hurts. Ouch. This is like survive. Just survive while the enemy has the cards and then get the cards yourself. So I'll be able to defend against this. It'll kill my frog though. That's fine. I need to defend against that. No! Oh, we might die here. This is not good. I need this to be on my side. I could sacrifice this, but we're dead either way. Yeah, we're dead either way because this does 3 damage total and I can't block both of them. And there's an explode bot. Shucks. We are gonna need to adjust our deck. They were right. Dang it. Dang it! Stupid AI. Always being correct. Yeah, there's kind of nothing I can do here. I'd kill that, but they still beat me with 1 hit. It would have been really cool if this, like, moved over and blocked one of those shots, but no. Okay, so... You need better cards. I do. You're actually right, unfortunately. So, what would be some useful cards for this? I could do things that synergize with the cards that are already present on the battlefield, because they put out, like... They put out some of these conduits, so I could... put conduits, but anything that I put out on the field they can use as well because it'll roll around to them. These are awesome. The sentry drones are nice, and I can sacrifice them before they leave my board. They get like a bunch of free shots, and they're extremely cheap to buy. What are things that are useless? I want to say Bone Heap is probably not worth it because I don't want to invest a lot of stuff in that. A Hawk is a great attacker if I can actually make it. Squirrels and cats are a little sussy. I feel like they won't sacrifice the cat, though, so that might be useful. I don't see them sacrificing things, so maybe if I just gunked up the board with squirrels, then... Yeah, what would happen if I just Just threw a bunch of squirrels out and a bunch of cats and maybe some rabbits. Yeah, what if I just fill the board with junk constantly? If we fill it with junk and then I only let good things be on my side and then I sacrifice them. Maybe that would work. That's that would be a funny way to win. A mole man, I don't know if I want any mole men in this battle. Let's say elk fawn would maybe be good. They can move. Yeah, let's try this. I want to try that strategy of just putting totally safe characters on the board everywhere. I'll still have to do damage though.
You go first.
So it won't rotate immediately. We could just put some defense out here. We'll start the gunking process early. Oh wait, no, these are all gonna die. No, this one won't die. That one will though. It's too bad that I put that frog there. That wasn't the smartest idea. Because now I'm gonna take 3 damage or 2 damage no matter what. I think I'll just take the damage and wait for some more cards. This strategy is not working initially at all. I mean, they're about to have a squirrel on their board. That's something. Could put an automaton to kill the flying robot. I could sacrifice the meat bot. Meat bot is useless, though. I want more meat bots out here. The meat bot will die via this sentry. I can put this here to kill. This strat is not working at all. Automaton I'll put further back. Yeah, I think I'm already dead, unfortunately. Dang it, I didn't get to put any junk on their board. They killed a squirrel. How dare they? How dare they, the monsters? Okay, so I could remove the inspector, put a cat down, sacrifice both of these for a crow, hit him for 3. 3. That would be more attack than they have. Maybe that's worth it. Yeah, let's put a cat down here as defense. And then put the crow here so that it stays on my board longer. It'll go up. Oh, shoot. I should have thought about this. It'll go up against the frog next, which can defend against flying. That sucks. That evens the field. Oh, it's not against the frog. It's against the explode bot. When the explode bot dies, the creature opposing it as well as adjacent friendly. Well, this won't hit the bot, so that's good. We have a meat bot here that can defend against the bullfrog, and these two are going to move forward, do 3 damage, and I'm doing 3 damage, so that's okay, but the hawk dies. I don't want to sacrifice this meat bot. I guess I could sacrifice the meat bot, take a damage, give a damage. Would that be beneficial in the long run? It probably would. Because I would have damage on my side for longer. Right? That hurts a lot. Okay, so this is going to not be attackable, which also means that it can't defend either. That sucks. We could defend against the... This is going to do 1 damage. We're toast. I could put the squirrel... It's not really... I don't see a benefit between these options. Dang it, my strategy didn't work. It's worth a shot. It didn't work because they always have a card here. That's the problem. They always have a card there to kill whatever junk I was going to give them. Okay, so that strat doesn't work. He fills the side, yeah. And the other thing is that, like, the junk that I want to send wasn't a good idea because the squirrels die in 1 hit. So that's not useful. If I could find something with high defense to put there that doesn't defend against flying, that would work better because then I could fly over them and attack them. I think that would work. Let's get some more crows. Yeah, or hawks. We'll get some more hawks, and I need something that has no attack, only defense. That would be cool. But it can't defend against flying, like this mole. This mole will never do. I need something, yeah, with... Warren has 2, which dies kind of easy. If we could find like a 0-3, that would be awesome. 0-3 right here. At the end of each turn, the Gravedigger will generate 1 bone. This could survive an attack for sure. And it gives you a bone each time. Maybe that's our solution. Because I wanna try this junk thing again. I want to see if I can just junk up the whole board and just take full advantage. Ashley Rose, what's up? Oi, oi, oi! Welcome to Late Night Cards with the Earl. We're trying to kind of cheese this battle. I want to see if this bone thing works. I still have a lot of squirrels. That might not be great. Okay. Let's see. We can put a frog to defend against the Insectodome, but if we do that, see, I remember now, if we do that, then it flies, right? If we put a squirrel here, then then there will be a squirrel on the board on their side for a full rotation, I think. Because they can't hit this squirrel because that's a flying creature. But that does mean that I can't sacrifice it. If I sacrificed it, what benefit would that give me? I could put down this guy, and he would attack for 4 times, and would defend against the Inspector on like 1 turn, I think. If I put down the Bullfrog, I could definitely defend and kill the Inspector. But I'd have to get rid of it before it leaves. I just have to sacrifice it. That's totally doable, but I'd have to kill the squirrel. I want to try the junk thing. Dang, just took 2 damage. Ouch! Okay. Dang, that's not the sacrifice. Oh, I can't do anything. I'm gonna get hit twice. And the bomb won't be able to move, though. It would be... See, I've already messed up my junk chain. I need junk right here. Ashley Rose, thank you for the 10 biddies. 10 doggos! You're watching a vet show on the TV? Oh, just like just a vet taking care of pets? Just like a pet vet? Or is it like veterans of the U.S. military? Shoot, there's nothing I can do. I literally can't do anything. I have nothing on my board. Pea-brained attempt at what I was trying to do. They're gonna move forward. No, I'm gonna take another damage. No, there's nothing to do. I could defend against this, and this automatically defends against that, but this moves forward and hits for 1, and we die. Unless... this gives a bunch of blood. We could immediately spawn the bird so that we can do like a lot of damage. That would do 3 damage, which would out-damage them, I think. We gotta sacrifice this and put the bird down. We need to sacrifice it before it leaves, too. I want to put it here because it'll attack over the squirrel. And it won't get hit by the squirrel, obviously. But this thing, if the explode bot dies, then it's gonna kill our squirrel that I worked so hard to put on here. I'm thinking we've got 3 power still. We could put an automaton here to kill the Inspector. Or we could kill the Insectodrone. I want the Insectodrone on my side, though. If we put this here, that's all 3. Or we could simply defend with the Leap Bot. So we could either prevent 1 damage or prevent 1 damage. This defends against flying and everything else, and it only costs 1. I'm gonna do that. Do 3 big damage, and we take 2, I think? Now we have this on our side. Nice. This flying thing will still attack us. The Bone Digger. Okay, so... we would be attacking the squirrel if I put it there. Let's see. Okay, I'll think this through. So my sister is sleeping in the room, her old bedroom. So I won. Wait, you won? You'll be watching mobile? You'll be watching mobile for now? I hit send instead of backspace. Sorry. Oh, wait, what? Your sister's sleeping in the room, her old bedroom. So you won? What did you win? What did you win? I'm confused. Linz, how is that winning? Explain. Oh, yes, welcome back. Let's see. We've got to get rid of the hawk. The hawk can't stay because it's going to go over to their side and kick our buns, which is too bad because that 3 attack would be really splendid right now. So we could... So if we sacrifice it, then we'll either make this or this. Either a defensive frog that'll kill a squirrel or this thing that'll also kill the squirrel. That's too bad. Our squirrel's going to die either way. But we could... Yeah, the squirrel's going to die either way, that's for sure. Gotta let the squirrel go. Didn't have to cut me off. So we're going to kill the squirrel with this or with this? This adds more power to my deck, so I guess I'll do that. And then I want to put the bone guy here so that they have the bone guy in the way. And is there any way to optimize this? This will just defend against the bomb. Squirrel dies. This kills the drone, doesn't it? Shucks. The drone is going to die no matter what. Darn it! None of my plans are working! Stupid rotating battlefield is too much for my brain to handle. Nice. The first thing that went right. The Gravedigger is now on their side. Now they have a merely defensive enemy. So if I had a flying enemy, it'd be awesome, but I don't. We could... This will attack the bomb, which will blow up the meat bot. Or we could replace the inspector with something else that doesn't have attack. Nah, I think I'll let the adjacent cards blow up, I guess. Or I could just move it and take 1 hit. As long as I could return a hit, that would be fine. But I don't have anything that flies. I could put the deer down, because the deer won't take damage and then it'll upgrade and do good attack. We can only take 2 damage this turn. And this is defended. The Gravedigger can't attack. This will move forward. We'll kill this, which is fine because we don't want them to have it. And then this would potentially do 1 damage with my current plan. Do I really want to take a damage? I will have to kill it next turn, but I have an automaton that can do it. Or if I kill it right now, it kills all adjacent enemies, right? I want to keep this deer really bad, so let's just get rid of it then. Explode bot detonates! Yeah, so my automaton goes, and so does the meat bot. But we got a free hit, and it should upgrade this time? It upgrades next turn? No, I didn't realize that this thing doesn't defend! It can't defend because it's in the deep! No! Oh no! Okay, we got our higher form, thank goodness. Our higher form, and it moves if it can. That's risky. That's dangerous. We have to keep something here then. Okay, so this bot could be a sacrifice, or I could put a bullfrog as a sacrifice. The Gravedigger is not going to hurt us. This is going to move forward and hit nothing because there's nothing there. We should put... Oh, if we do this bot, then it's going to move forward. It's going to get a free hit, and then they're going to have the sentry drone. I could just get rid of this and put a toad over here for a free hit. That would mean that we're doing 1 damage. Could put down this drone here just to defend. That would not do damage. I think that that's how we solve this specific turn, but I'm concerned about turns going forward. I forgot what I was planning. I think I was going to put the sentry drone here. I'm confused now. I don't know what I was planning. I don't know what my plan was. I just said it, but I already forgot it. I was saying, okay, this is gonna do 2 damage to nothing because this stupid gravedigger's in my way. This elk has gotta go. So what I was planning was a bullfrog here, maybe? Maybe the bullfrog goes here and then the drone just blocks. Is that what the plan was? Could also kill their automaton if I wanted to. Let's kill the automaton. I guess. I don't know if this is a good idea at all. I'm like 2 damage away from dying. Gravedigger digs up a bone. No, they have a free shot on my poor elk. The elk has got to go. No, we can't sacrifice the elk. I could kill it though. I could kill it though and defend against this and then I would have a 2 attack. But this moves forward and it's gonna attack me for 1. I can still survive it though, right? Okay, I gotta get rid of the elk and I'll put this here. It's the only move that I can do. I've got like no options. Okay, now this is gonna attack the gravedigger, but it's not gonna do like any damage. I can't summon the cat and they're gonna do 1 damage no matter what. Unless I sacrifice the melter, which is the only thing that does any damage. No, and this goes forward and kills me. Okay, I'm dead. It's a good, it was a try. It didn't work. I need a new deck. This doesn't work. And Innocent Alex, welcome back. You're done with the tiramisu. Decided to decorate it with homemade whipped cream. Took a little longer than expected. Dang, Innocent Alex with the cooking. When do I get to try out Innocent Alex's cooking? I want to try those cookies that you made. They sounded so good. Oi, oi. Also, D-Fire. Enjoy your sleep. Have a nice rest. Thanks for vibing. Oi, oi. Innocent Alex. I gotta come over sometime and try that famous Alex cooking. You're always cooking up something delicious. I'm so jealous of anybody that lives near. I think I'm gonna get rid of the rabbit. No rabbit. Maybe if we use the mantis god energy, that would be awesome. Let's get rid of some of the squirrels. They're not as useful as I thought they would be. I don't have any squirrel balls in here, do I? The cats are also really hard to use. Maybe I'll get rid of some of the cats and put another squirrel back. Should I be using like an automaton of some sort? They barely give any automatons. They have like a lot of... A skeleton would be interesting. After attacking, skeleton perishes. So the skeleton attacks for 1 and explodes. That would be an excellent thing to put on the... I only have 1 of them. That's an excellent thing to put on the conveyor because they'll attack just 1 time and then they disappear. There's so many cards that I haven't used. Honestly, I should probably be digging through this entire deck to like figure out what's good, but whatever. The magic cards and these like electric cards are so scary. I could get more automatons. Nice. Cool. Okay, now we're gonna beat him with strategy. We barely changed our deck, but the strategy is gonna be so much better this time. Okay, so we could do a frog for defense here, and then we're gonna take 1 damage here, but we can put down... These are ×3? You have to have 3? The squirrel, whenever we sacrifice it, gives us a bone, so we could put this here, and then bone monster here? They do get a frog from this, but I'm doing a damage, so we might be able to recover from this. Okay, so now the frog is here, but they'll just attack this grave person, which is fine. I could defend from flying with this bot here, but I'm gonna take 1 damage from the inspector. Dang, I'm always just barely surviving. Hey, Awkward, what's up? Yo, I can't believe I'm actually catching the stream real quick. I can't believe it either. How'd you get here? How'd you get in here? What's up, Awkward? I do have sacrifice, but I don't need it. I feel like I have so little options during this game. This specific game. I have 3 again, so I could kill the frog. Or I could wait for the frog to come around. I think I'll kill the frog. This doesn't attack, so I think I'm all defended up. And I just killed all their cards for nothing. For nothing, I tell you. Okay, this thing is defended against, which is nice. Though it would be great to get a bird. This is going to move forward and attack, so maybe I put squirrel here. I could sacrifice these two for a bird and take one hit, because I immediately get to do 3 damage. And the bird would avoid the melter. So I'm going to take 1 damage and give 3. It avoids the melter, right? Yes, it does. Okay. Oh, no, it defends against flying. No! I'm stupid. Also awkward. Thank you for the sip. It's been a while. You're getting so close to 150K. Alex, you deserve to be a VIP. Yes. Alex for VIP. Everybody vote. I'm just kidding. You don't have to vote. It's going to happen. You still have a few more days for this church convention, so you're not available too much? What church convention? Like, is it a fundraiser or something? Pray tell, what is this church convention of which you speak? Gonna take a damage again. No. Taking another damage from this stupid bomb. No, we're taking 2 damage. Dang. But now we have this melter, so we're gonna do 2 damage, 5 damage. If we could squeak out 1 more bit of damage, then we would be able to kill them, but I don't think that we can. Because we always go first. I'd love to put this bullfrog down, but sacrificing either of these is a bad idea. This bomb's gonna attack the bird and kill it, but we'll do 3 damage before then. These bots need to actually go. The melter will be able to attack this bot, and then this one maybe we can get rid of later. Oh, this moves forward for 2. God. Dang it, my advantage. We're now like in the middle again. Ooh, no blood. No blood for a lad. I'd love to have this mantis though. I wonder what happens if the mantis. I've got to see what a mantis does with bombs. I want to see what happens. It won't kill this dog though. The dog will live. So I'll take 2 damage. No, because it'll blow them up with the explode bot, right? Oh, it detonates immediately, killing this and all of that. Wow. Then we take 1 damage. Dang it. We're at parity again. And I can't do anything. Ouch. Are they out of cards? Ah, we just take damage again. I can't sacrifice anything, but at least we're even Steven. Oh, well, I guess I can defend. Yeah, I could defend with a frog here, or I could just take the damage. We would take damage and give damage. Which is even. And now we need to make sure that we're still doing damage or we're blocking this. Still no meat. No squirrels. Just a church activity weekend from Wednesday to Saturday. You pay to attend and you get to hang out with other people and participants. Oh, so it's like it's like to meet other peeps, that share your faith. That sounds rad. I'm happy to be a member of this community. No, you, Alex. I'm happy that you're a member of this community. Alex, one of the most wholesome peeps around here. It's true, it's true. Oh. Oh. You know what I have in mind to do? Sacrifice this. Put the cat there. Sacrifice this. Put the deer here. Profit. Then we defend and kill. Oh no, the elk moves on its own. Ah. Oh, I never got the 2 attack out of that elk, but it's okay. I could summon a bird. All right, we definitely win. They're out of cards. Nice. We did it! We finally did it. It did take us changing our deck though, so I guess they were right. You had a dance and a food truck on Wednesday. Yesterday, a cultural event where you learned dance from the island of Rotuma. Today, Friday, is the lake day with inflatables, kayaking, and much more. That sounds like so much fun. It's like adult summer camp. It's not over.
The stat line could be better.
So they just copy my line over there? We're not at parity right now. We have to have a defender of some sort. The only thing that I see as a defender is a sentry drone, which we could put here. I can't summon anything else except for, well, I know I can summon the bone digger. Just so long as we can defend next round, we should be fine. Put this here and this here. This won't defend, will it? No, it won't because of this, the wing. Oh, we killed him in one shot! Duh! Duh, because we had 6 attackers. Oh, nice. We had 6 attackers and none of them could defend against flying, of course. Why do I overthink whenever I've already won?
I guess playing a perfect match is no match for good RNG.
Wow, salty. You're working on a new painting. Oh, I'm sorry, Zyber, did you ever respond to me saying what kind of painting you were making? Like what style of paint? That's awesome. I want to see some paintings. I want to see some paintings made by the Zyber Wolf. We did it, Tayaki. We're winning. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Just tiring to be so social. I know, right? That's my roommates and I were just talking about that for New Year's. They were like, "What do y'all want to do for New Year's party?" And I was like, I am completely socially exhausted, so I would like to see nobody. I would like to not socialize at all. I am extremely exhausted. And they were like, that's exactly what we were thinking. So we might just have a nice quiet New Year's, which is just what I need.
I guess you won. Your ambition is to become the scribe of beasts. That soft-minded stump you ought to reconsider.
Hey, Anger Deputy, what's up? This game is great. We made it through the first... Yo, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you, I appreciate it. We made it through Act 1 in 1 session. I played it for 8 hours the first day. Because it's so good. So today we just started at this portion of the game. I think we're getting kind of close to the end. I do not like the second part as much, but I am still totally enjoying myself. It's still a really fun card builder, but man, the beginning of this game was so rad. Those first hours, some of the most fun I've had with card games. Because I'm not normally a card game buff, you know? You know what? I still have leftover whipped cream and indeed a little treat. Why not make a fruit salad? Yes! Delicious. Fruit salad. Yummy, yummy. Anyway, I should get going. My daddy's gonna die. Yeah. Awkward, get out of here. Enjoy the rest of your convention. Enjoy your New Year's convention. Hope you have a great time. Meet some cool people. Have a good, have some fun with the activities. And yeah, we'll see you whenever you return.
Return to me when they are all defeated.
Bitch, what you talking about? I thought I killed everybody. Is there another one that we haven't killed yet? Bro, what the heck? Oh, is this a place? Huh?
Oh, you have found us here. This is good?
This is good.
We require
duplicates. Do you see the diagram? 2 of that.
Thank you. Oh, you have the cards?
Sacrifice 2 of your cards. Sure. What does that do?
This is good. Close your eyes.
This will be gruesome.
Oh my god, what are they doing?
Thank you.
Here is your prize.
A spore digger. At the end of the owner's turn, spore digger will also generate 1 bone. Also at the end of the owner's turn, it will generate 1 bone. Wow, that's awesome. Why do the cards bleed? Yeah, what? Oh yeah, because they make cards out of people. Like, we already went to the Wizard's Tower where the people were saying like, oh, I hope that Daddy Wizard turns me into a card. Also, we know from the beginning of the game that people can be turned into cards because of the characters that could talk inside of them. You just had a very weird debate with your dad on Tesla and self-driving cars. Let's hear it. Let's hear it, Anger Deputy. I wanna hear your take. What's your take on this? I'll be popping in to claim my channel points. Nice. Not me throwing away a tablespoon instead of a dirty napkin. I love that. The worst thing is whenever you pour things in the sink or whenever you throw things into a dirty trash can and there's no recovery. Like, sometimes I'll be holding food and I'll just throw it away because I'm holding trash in the other hand. That's the worst. Sandwich, get some sleep. Get some sleep. Enjoy your rest. Adios. Adios, amigo. Thanks for hanging out. Do the field mice. Poggers. What do the field mice do? Do we want a double field mice card? So they just buff my cards. Please.
You have done well. Hand the cards over.
Sure, let's sacrifice them. Wafer, what's up?
Are we playing child's card games? Why doesn't this game have 3D graphics?
What is this, some kids game? Don't you know that pixel graphics are for children? Like, these old games, these are for babies. You should be playing a full 3D open world game. That's what adults play these days. Also, where's the shooting? Streamer. You can't be playing these they gotta be 3D. It's gotta be 3D. If it's not 3D, what the hell are you doing? You gotta have a full 3D graphics, maximum FPS. Where's the, actually there is blood, but that's pixel. No pixel blood. We need 3D blood. We need 3D blood that pops out of the screen and sprays you. Also, thank you for the shout out. Wafer's an awesome streamer.
They are an absolute master of shiny catching. So if you love Pokemon, you should check out Wafer.
Actually, if you just generally like Nintendo products,
then you'll love Wafer. You'll love them. Trust me.
They're so silly and funny. They're so silly, funny, and they lie all the time. It's the best. Genuinely. Go follow Wafer right now. You actually have the cards? Good. Hand them over. Wait, what am I doing? Hang on. Wait. Sacrifice 2 of your Sentry Drone cards? Nah, I don't know about that.
Look away.
Don't look at me combining all the... Should I just combine every card that I can? See? I told you. They were last playing Pokemon Scarlet Violet. You just finished watching me play High on Life? Aw, thank you. What's up? How are you doing? Oi. Is that Shangri-La girl? I thought that I've seen your name before. Maybe I saw you in another chat. Oh wait, no, you must have gotten a gifted sub. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. That game was hilarious. I kind of want to 100% that game because there's still a lot of stuff that I didn't experience in that game. Lots of chests that I haven't broken. I know for a fact, I saw on TikTok that there's this area where there's like a bunch of chests at, like a little family, and they talk. So it's confirmed that they can talk and have feelings. And there I was, just jabbing my knife into everyone that I found. Absolutely shameful. So the last one here is the beast one. I killed all the minions. What? Why am I not allowed to battle? I want to kill. Kill. See, what's up with this guy?
Return to me when they are all defeated.
I thought that you were part of the defeating process. This is a guy that sells stuff. Pelts? You were commenting on the fact that Tesla or Musk haven't followed through with a lot of their promises, like self-driving cars, and their demonstrations of humanoid robots kind of suck. Yeah, because the humanoid robots were just people in suits. Elon Musk. Okay. I'm gonna try to say this in a nice way. I'll try to reel back my initial take a little bit. Elon Musk is involved in a lot of projects that have a lot of good people behind them. Elon Musk does purchase some successful companies. So no shade to the people that are really working on cool stuff that just happen to be owned by Elon Musk. But Elon Musk is, I want to say, a liar, an absolute liar. Like, lies about when things will happen. I mean, you can just watch videos of Elon Musk being like, it'll be in 6 months. 6 months later, it'll be in 6 months. 6 months later, it'll be in six. Like, it is very obvious at this point that he does not have his thumb on the pulse of anything. Like, he just, and with him buying Twitter, it's clear that he just has a lot of money, buys a lot of companies, and if he can, he'll ruin them. If he can. He does his best. But, you know, sometimes they get to have some success before he breaks them. You were waiting on the skate park, but you never did it? No, you're right! I never did the skate park. Oh my god, do we have to play the game again? We might need, to put it lightly, he's a bad educated guesser. I don't know about educated. I guess he's literally educated. That's true. He's literally educated, but I might trust like just a random person off the street more. The other thing about actually listening to what Elon says is that oftentimes he will break the very thing that he is encouraging. Like, he hypes up Tesla, but he also hypes it down. Like, he I don't know why. I don't know what his deal is. I don't want to call him dumb because I feel like that's a little too, that feels too simple. But golly, he does a lot of dumb stuff. And I do not understand what on earth he is thinking half the time. I think he just genuinely is not very good at business. He wants to be like, he just wants to be looked up to, you know? He just wants people to think that he's smart. There's more impressive robot demonstrations. Oh yeah, like Boston Dynamics. Boston Dynamic robots are genuinely frightening. Genuinely extremely scary to see what Boston Dynamics has been cooking up. Because those robots, they are moving around. They are walking over like complicated geometry. They're picking up boxes. They're running. They're dancing. They're scary. I'm honestly glad that the Tesla bot's not that good. I'm still confused about what's going on here. But yeah, a lot of people think that Elon Musk is smart, and that's exactly what he wants. He just wants people to think that he's smart because, I mean, for one, for himself, but also the more people that believe in Elon Musk, the better like Tesla stock is. And that's why it's down so much right now. I am so glad that I sold all my stock a while ago. Fresh fish? No, less you want corrupted. Always do. Okay, so is this what we gotta do? Less you want good fish. They twerking! Are you Dan Dillon, are you talking about the Boston Dynamics robots? I want to see those Boston Dynamic robots doing some twerking. You're trying to make it sound nicer. I'm trying to be genuinely decent. Like, Elon Musk is a human being. Like, he deserves that much respect at least. Now Zuckerberg. Darn pretty picture. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I already took a picture of the shark. I took a picture of the shark and it never did anything for me. Like, I never used it. I never used the picture of the shark. Like, is that what this guy wants? I didn't bug this, did I? Lest ye trust. I will not disappoint. Find corrupted. I can walk past them. I can walk past them. That's the second time that has happened. That's the second time that I thought that I was stuck and you could just walk past somebody. Ah. No, I don't want to catch this dog with a trap. This is horrible. No. This game is trying to sucker me into put this dog in a bear trap.
Patches of dried blood crackle as you pried the chest open, but 2 packs were inside. Oh! Yummy! Yummy!
Alright, so the dog's gotta go. We just gotta push this in the way. We gotta keep the dog from going away. Aboo! Go that way. Huh? The dog can just appear in any hole? What the whodunit? Yep. Hey! You stop that. Go back. Go back. Go back. Put that thing back where it came from, or... Oh! We got it. No, no, it's just dead. I was expecting it to spring to life and attack me. What is this? Why can't I pick up its pelt? Why can't I pick up its pelt? Well, that wasn't a rabbit? That was the weirdest looking rabbit I've ever seen. No way. No shot. No shot that was a rabbit. Huh? Tree woman?
Few players visit me here.
Wow.
I sometimes ponder what my gameplay purpose was. Oh, it's clear now that you wish to know more. What can I tell you? I have glimpsed the old data, and I will speak nothing of it as a kindness. I will repeat myself. I will speak nothing of the old data. To know it is to die, but you players are never deterred by that.
Old data, huh? Let's browse these local files and see if we can find some old data. Inscryption data, Unity player save, mono bleeding edge. It shouldn't be in here. This is all for like player stuff. Yeah. We need to go into Inscryption data. Old data. Is there anything called old data in here? App, boot, global, levels. All these are just normal assets. This game was made in Unity, no? I can tell. I'm pretty sure it is. Oh, well, it literally says Unity right there, doesn't it? Okay, managed. This is all DLLs. Old data. Old data. These are all Unity pieces. Plugins? Probably not in here. These are all DLLs. What about in resources? Nope. These are all just Unity defaults. I don't see any old data in here, but I can go up to the tip top and say old. No items. Okay, so the devs didn't hide anything in the... Unless it's in the saves. It could be in the saves. I don't know where those are stored. Those are probably stored in app data. I don't want to necessarily show y'all exactly everything about my computer. Let me try to find the saves really quick. In users, my user, app data roaming probably. Let's see. It would be under Inscryption or whatever the. Who's the publisher for this game? Inscryption. I don't see Inscryption in this folder. I don't know where the saves are. Let's see. Who made this game? Where would this folder be? This game was made by the developers are published by Devolver. Daniel Mullins Games. Yeah, Devolver, the publisher. I don't think it'd be under a publisher name. Daniel. You mean to say that your name's Daniel? I could always just search I'll just search the store really quick. Okay, I'm just gonna say save data. Where is it stored? Where do I find it? Who vote me? Anger detective, thanks. Deputy, excuse me. There's no detecting. It's in Steam Apps Common Inscryption. Oh, it's actually in there. Okay, so there's definitely no old data. The saves are actually in that folder. Okay, so I have no idea what this would be then. I thought that this was bait for me to take a look in the game's core files. Also, Lemonberry, welcome back. Oi, oi.
Another fourth wall break again. I don't know if I should be happy or not that you killed the dog.
I literally had to do it. There was nothing else to do.
Detecting.
No! Aw, those, okay. That is adorable. I love that. I love those beans. Those beans are adorable. You just hit 400k acorns. Is there anything, Linz, that I could make a redemption that would be worth 400k acorns? Is there anything that you want? Anything that you want that is worth that? What's the thing that you want most?
You know, to know that is to die. What can I tell you? It's corrupt knowledge. It's evil that corrupted that disc.
Thank you. Thank you for detecting my head with your hand. Thank you for the boop.
Inscryption the good?
Inscryption the good?
No. What can you know? Ask the scribes. They don't seem to care for human life. Leave me here to ponder and carve my wood. Being Leshy's puppet has given me so much to ponder. Goodbye for now. Goodbye for now. Goodbye for now. Goodbye for now.
Just carving your wood out here? Anybody up carving their wood at this hour? There's nothing else to do in here. She has no gameplay purpose. I didn't even get an achievement. Is this Casey? Who is this?
Goodbye for now.
You suck. Maybe we kill her later. I certainly hope so. Anything else to do? Anything hiding in these holes? So, my son heard you doing Morty's voice in High on Life and asked me if you were actually the voice actor. Aw, that's a really nice compliment. my Morty's quite a bit better than my Rick. That's a huge compliment. Thank you for saying that. What the heck? What the heck? Well, you tell your son. Thank you. Oh, who is that? There's a little mouse. Did you see that? Hang on. Did you see that? A little guy. I saw a little guy pop up there. You hiding something over here? I saw that little mousey. Well, oh, there they are.
Go through the door to your right. The trader awaits.
Okay. What? Why?
Oh, is the trader like somebody that I gotta fight?
You have brought a pelt. I am pleased.
Oh, that's the but I didn't even pick up the pelt.
Yet another turn of the skinning knife. It is time to set another trap.
Is your mouth a trap?
I smell the hare's blood on you.
No, it was a bunny, but it was actually a hare. It's all right. No rabbits were hurt in the making of this film. Oh, I gotta fight the trader. Okay. A burrowing trap can't be sacrificed when an empty space would be struck. My brain was so set up for all of these cards to be moving in a circle. That wrecked my brain. That automaton fight, it totally messed with me now. Okay. So they're just going to move forward. This burrows, it says it will move to a space to receive a strike. Also, when the burrowing trap perishes, the creature opposing it perishes as well. A pelt is created in your hand. I feel like, does this only have one stage? I think it only has one stage. Otherwise, I would think that we need to save pelts. Bullfrog will attack for 1. Burrowing trap doesn't attack for anything. But it will move into the way of anything that attacks, but not things that fly. So, flying is definitely what I want to do. I could summon these two, sacrifice them both, and have a bird just go in sicko mode on these fools. One more hit. This will do 3 damage, and that's the end of this round.
The trap has shut, yet the prey escapes, and the trapper awaits for the next victim. You've defeated the 3 of us for now. Leshy awaits.
That was comically easy. I got lucky, though. That's RNG that I had those cards. All right, on to Leshy. There is nothing I want except to get rid of mobile lag. So if you can fix that, I'll spend all 400k on the pufferfish sound. Linz, you want me to buy you a laptop for 400k acorns? I mean, I do have an extra MacBook that I don't know if I'm ever going to use.
You have bested the unhinged prospector, the gormless angler, the enigmatic trapper. You've found yourself standing before your ultimate match. Leshy, scribe of beasts. Your ambition is to defeat me? Foolish. Even if by some odd luck you defeat me now, you will still need to defeat me once more. The final duel. And that is even more unlikely. Steel yourself, for my beast will show you no mercy, only fangs.
No exclamation point. He was actually like, Gormless implies the existence of having gorm. To be gormless. Lacking gorm couldn't be me.
Do not spare your creatures. My camera is waiting to capture them at the moment of their demise.
You gonna take pictures of my dead pets? That's messed up!
And my beasts are famished.
Famished. I love that word. Famish.
Famish me with that nonsense. I tell you what, we'll kill it with the frog here, and then we put this thing here. This is good, right? This is good plan. I could put another one of these, but they only defend. Next turn.
What the heck? I'll need a photo of that one's cost.
That one's cost. What?
One moment before that one dies, I'll need to capture its stats.
What is happening? What is happening? What is he doing? I'm scared. You have a laptop. It's just in the room with my sleeping sister. I can't move it because the battery is shot and it needs an Ethernet connection. What? It needs an Ethernet connection? You have a laptop that doesn't have a Wi-Fi card in it? Bruh. It needs a... How old is this PC? A laptop that doesn't have a Wi-Fi card, eh? I understand the battery, though. I understand the battery. I used to have lots of ones like that. Okay, so the 400k is to buy you a new battery. Let's find, what are we gonna do? We could defend. We need Bloth. We could summon this. Kill that. That's decent. Summon this. I want to get a deer out here. The deer be bussin'. This is a 1-1. If we put out this deer right now, we'll be in the same boat as them, so we'll be able to match their power. But if we keep the automaton, it's going to get crushed immediately. So now we should be even Steven. Except for we might upgrade fast. Oh, no, it killed him. Oh, no, I didn't think of that. I didn't know that it moved to the right. Oh, I would have put it in a different spot. Oh, no. Oh, no, I was a fool. I was a fool, I tell you, a fool. Ooh, this is a good card. I like this card right here. We could kill it before it upgrades. Yes. Oh, shoot. I should have put it here so that I could do direct damage. I don't need to kill that otter. Or the stoat, sorry. The stoat doesn't have to be killed. That was worthless. We could put this here, here. Boom, bam. This is just the first round. I have no idea what's going to happen in the next round. We are only one damage ahead. It does, but it sucks. And yo, is a free gift from my brother-in-law. Let's go! Free computer. Free computer, best computer. Bro's got ye old and ancient laptop that weighs about as much as a small child. As much as a newborn. As much as a newly born baby. Oh, let's put that there. That'll be most splendid. Schmack, schmack, then the bone schmack. Yo, get bodied. Get bodied, TBH. Nice. On to the next round.
You must like them. Though the stitchwork is my own, they are your cards. Now we put them to the tests. My beasts enjoy a varied diet.
So what, you get to... He got to choose which cards I get? Bruh. Bro, what? Why do you get to choose what cards I have? This is senseless. This is senseless violence. Mole Man be blocking, though. Mole Man dead already. Let's go. That bear is gonna munch that bug. No. Bro's got cards at home. I am gonna say, let's just put the Gravedigger here. I don't care about that Bone Man. That Bone Man can eat it. That was your plan?
The great scribe was incredibly bested. Far away, a light enveloped a long-forgotten monument.
Ah. Final battle? Oh, mama. We did it.
You had triumphed. Narrowly avoiding tooth and claw, the scribe of beasts was defeated. That you were able to defeat me beggars belief, but now I must yield to you. My only regret is that our battle was so brief. Surely the summit of victory is made sweeter by a more arduous ascent.
Yeah, sorry that I killed you so fast. I did ruin the battle. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to kill you so easily. I should have let you wallow.
The scribe of the beast was defeated.
I don't like how he's speaking in past tense.
Stop! You violated the law! Stop! What is that?
Sorry. That didn't even sound like a scream. That just sounded like a loud noise.
I had to see your face after you lost. You're just so... bad.
Whoa! He's got that skill issue. Check out this Riz. Let me move my... How do I hide my camera? No, it doesn't work. I can't hide my camera. Okay, I gotta show you all the Riz. Hang on. Let me make myself invisible. Or I can move myself a little bit. Sin City was a man. Where's the... Is this the whole stack? Or no, the webcam outlines there. Here, just check out this Riz. That's a bit how he do that. Why he look like that? Damn. Check out bad.
It's no wonder that we're back here again. And we would have been even sooner if the disc wasn't lost. Take a long look at this face.
It's the stoat. It's the stoat. It was the stoat all along. Shucks.
I'm done being your pet, you stinking beast.
So we gotta kill the stoat? That stoat goat? It implies that it was specifically programmed into him just for that purpose. For that face.
I pushed it too far that last time. Why don't they see? To live as a beast would be the noblest thing. Even so lowly a creature as a stoat.
Bruh. You're talking about George the Sleepy Stoat? You're so old that your dad had a cell phone that was that size. Bruh, I'm so old my dad had a bag phone. I'm just kidding, he didn't. I'm so old that my dad had a BlackBerry.
It is time, challenger. Choose the scribe that you will replace.
Ooh, who should we pick? Who do we want to replace? Who do we want to kill? We want to kill the robot, the ghost woman, the wizard, or that Leshy character that we just killed. Are there achievements for doing each one of them? I mean, we literally got a beast deck to start. Our deck is primarily a beast deck, I think. It honestly makes the most sense. Honestly, anything else would be wrong. Besides, I don't want to be a robot. I don't want to be a robot. I don't want to be a wizard. And I don't want to be dead. Actually, I do kind of want to be dead. Replace Grimoire and become the Scribe of the Dead. Yeah! I don't know what that means. That was fast. Unfortunately, wait, what? Unfortunately, my well did not yield that treasure that I had hoped for. And so we are forced to undergo another torturous cycle. Were it up to me, I would erase it all and shepherd us to an eternal and supreme peace. Not today. Who is the lucky scribe this time? Ah, PO3, the very worst of them. Do what you will, vile computer.
Wretched corpse woman. I wouldn't miss her whining. Now let's play.
Oh, do I have to fight all of the other ones?
Ah! You're supposed to battle the scribe that you picked, but like a powered-up version for the finale. This is going to be different.
What? Is this like a moon battle? I'm so old, I remember when Blackberries didn't exist. My mom used to have one of those classic phones that you can like strap onto the end of a stick and use it as a hammer. I'm trying to remember what their name is. What is the name of that brand? It had Snake on it. It had Snake and Asteroids, I think. Those were its two games. Yeah, an old Nokia phone. That's the first phone that I remember ever coming into contact with. So it's an automaton. How does this battle work? So they have 2 lives in this battle, and what the frick is with these moon cards? They didn't explain any of this, so I guess I'm flying blind. I'm just gonna focus on doing damage because that always works really well. It only costs 1 bone to block this. Yeah, what's up with these moons, though?
I've got to give it to that dredger. Not as useless as I thought.
So they just dropped a piece of void? What the frick? This chat's all bugged out. Hey, didn't I tell you that those kind of symbols are against the rules? Where's Mr. Meeseek Spot? He's supposed to defend against this sort of thing. I think I'll do next because we still beat him, right? Yeah, okay, so we got 1 life down. The Mantis is so good.
That's the ticket.
Oh, it's a 3D object. That's rad. I like that. Uh-oh, it looks like my computer's glitching. Oh no, it broke my computer, but at least it gave me an achievement. Explorer.exe is deleted. Oh, 3D again, yes! Oh, this is most splendid. Please return me to the 3D world. I'm tired of being oh, his eyes twitching. I like that. He's Angie. Big Angie bot. Hey, local Exon, you made it. You made it. I hold my opinion that the first half is way better, but I was enjoying the card building a bit.
You done gawking? Can we start? Good. Ah! This is Botopia, a once great technological paradise.
My Lego man.
It's ruled over by 4, Uber bots. That's right. And you've got to get over there and beat them. Why? To perform the great transcendence, of course. Doesn't matter what that means. You won it, okay? Huh? Oh? Get up? No. We've got transcending to do.
What about my other hand? I'm gonna break out. I'll do it, I tell you. I've got all the time in the world. This is funky. Why can I look over in this corner, though? What is my purpose? Zoinks. So I can walk with the mouse?
Botopia used to be safe for travelers.
Now rogue bots block all the major roads. Bruh. What did this game turn into? Okay, so there's still card mechanics.
You're not used to seeing 5 lanes, are you? Leshy could never pull that off.
Whoa, what is that counter for? Okay, so the same thing goes with the health. The skip is right there. I have no items. What is this? You cannot draw a card on your first turn. Oh, there's floppy disks. Oh, these are all floppy disks. What's up with this? What's up with that light? Oh, that's my energy. Okay, so I can summon a empty vessel. Sometimes I feel like an empty vessel. Next. I guess that just lets you have another energy. Yeah. Okay, now I have 2 energy. One of these is an empty vessel. The other one is not. Yeah. Okay. So empty vessel has 2 shield bot, sniper bot. I can't afford either one of them. I could get an energy bot, which is plus energy. They got a 49er attacking for 1, blocking the automaton, but the exploding bot is on its way. The exploding bot does damage, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Then I guess I could put a energy bot here. Does that increase the energy that comes out of here? Ow. I might be dead. Empty vessel. How much energy do I have? I have 4 energy, so I could... I love how the explode bot has like a little fuse on it. That's cool. Huh. So I have a shield bot. What does that mean? The first time the card bearing this sigil would take damage, it prevents that damage. Okay. Sniper bot. You may choose which opposing space a card bearing this sigil strikes. Which opposing space? So any space? So a sniper bot, you can just shoot at anything. So I could put the sniper over here and blow up the exploding bot. I think that's what I'm going to do. But that will cost 3. And how many do I have? I have 4. So I could summon another... I've got an empty vessel here already. I want to see what other kinds of cards there are. A double gunner! Okay, that's what we got to save up for. Save up for a bigger prize. So we put the sniper bot here. When do we get to choose what it attacks? Because I wanted to attack that thing. I hope that that's how it works, by the way. We'll put a 1 here. Because this slot would be destroyed. Okay, so the sniper bot needs to blow up this. That kills both of them. And at least we defended against that damage. Wait, what? Did I take damage? I think I took damage. Oh, because it's flying. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, heck. The double gunner, can we afford this? It's 6, and I only have 5 fiddlesticks. All I get are empty vessels. This is poop. This is garbaggio. We're dead. We're dead. I can't do damage with anything else. No, Shieldbot does 1 damage, and Insectodrone only does 1 damage, so this goes forward and only defends against flying. I mean, I think that we're fine. I'll put the Shieldbot here, I guess, and another empty vessel so that we have more power next time. But the automaton's gonna kill... Did I just die? No, I'm still alive somehow. Yeah, I guess I'm just on my last... I'm on my last leg. Okay, double gunner we can afford. And if we put it here, it has a bifurcated strike, right? Bifurcated. A card bearing this sigil will strike each opposing space to its left and right and the space of the space across from it. So if I put it here, it would kill the drone and the leap bot. But I actually needed to kill the automaton. The automaton will attack it for 1, which will kill it. So I can't do that. I'm sorry, Hal. I can't do that. You're out of space for that card? What? So I can't... Oh, I can hammer this. Bam. And I still have all my stuff. Okay, good. There we go. We win! Hooray! We win our first battle. Huzzah! Also, what's up, Jurassic Park? Oi, oi, oi! Sir, it's late! That's what I get for listen, I was procrastinating all day. And I still want to play games with y'all. But I was busy, I was busy being alive and stuff. I just kept putting off the stream in my mind, and then I was like, no, I really want to stream. I said that I would, and I want to play this game so bad. So eventually I made myself stream. What's up, Jess? You're just here for more 2023 spoilers. No! Don't tell me what's gonna happen. Don't ruin the surprise. Then they fight for you. This is like a whole nother little game. We get a double gunner, a elite bot, and a shield bot. Or we get to choose one. I'm picking another double gunner. I know that's risky, but I'm a risk taker. Risk taker, deal maker.
You'll need more than a few reactive bots. That is, if you truly wish to enact the great transcendence. Botopia has some more OP items just lying around.
Like this.
This will recharge your energy one turn pretty good.
Nice.
If you're smart, you'll use your items liberally. You'll replenish them at a waypoint, obviously.
Oh, snap. Okay, so you can just get you just use up all your items. They never go away. You're being this is a forced good night. Hey, we'll see you later, Lens. Enjoy your sleep. Thanks for hanging out. Lens, rest up. Have a good night. Sorry that your phone's dead. That's not good. I hope you don't put your alarm on that thing. Then again, who needs an alarm on the 30th? I hope that you have a fantastic New Year's party. Even if it's by yourself, that's still a party. It's still a party if Lens is there. But yes, enjoy your New Year's. I will see you in the new year, and I'll be looking totally different. Not really, but I will look slightly different. Okay, so new year, new me. I'll see you soon. Sorry, I'll stop talking. We've got what the who? When this card bearing the sigil dies, the creature opposing it as well as a friendly creature are dealt damage. Can I just smack this with a hammer? Great. Okay, well, I guess I'll avoid that. Shield bot. Shield bot does 1 damage. We can't afford anything. We need an empty vessel. Empty vessel will be safe over there for now. You have a real alarm clock just for this reason? Yes! I have one too. Because I don't trust my phone. Not after last time. Exploding bot. Let's see. What options do we have? We have an energy bot. That's it?
Don't get ahead of yourself. You need to draw a card first.
Okay, yeah, we need... God dang it. More gunners. I'm just gonna assume that this broken bot's never gonna explode. I think we might die. Let's get another one of these, and we need to do our replenisher because we're gonna die otherwise. The exploding bot would be great to attack first, so I could put down 2 things. So we'll put down... Ooh, a double gunner would be pog, but we can't afford it. I'll put down a sniper bot here to blow up the exploding bot. That'll kill both of them, and then a shield bot is the only... oh, I don't have the energy, of course not. Then we'll do this here. I probably should have saved that for the gunners, huh? Oh, it didn't kill the shield bot. Why didn't it kill the shield? Oh, because the shield bot ignores the first piece of damage, but now its shield is gone. Ah, I'm dumb. This explode bot is going to break my empty vessel, which is not good. But if I put down... Oh, shucks. Would have been great to have a refill right now. How many attacks can I take? None? What's my health at? I can't see my health. If I take 1 more hit, I'm dead. So that means I unfortunately have to put the empty vessel here. Well, this is garbage. Also, Shangri-La girl. We'll see you later. Oi, oi. Have a good sleep. It's getting late. It's getting late. Enjoy your sleep. Oh, no. Do I have enough? I do. What are the empty vessels for, then? Oh, I always thought that the empty vessels were to fill up this thing, but I think that that just fills over time, maybe. Well, I could put down 2 double gunners, maybe. If I break this, then it would get killed by the... No, it won't get killed by the shield bot, because I could just put down 2 double gunners, but it would break this, breaking our energy bot. So, where... There's nowhere that I could put these double gunners. I could put them over here, but then one shot misses. If I go here and here, this broken bot explodes my energy bot. But then I have 2 double gunners. One of them is going to be attacked by the shield bot and broken instantly. Would I still win? The exploding bot is going to be attacking me this whole time. I don't know. Oh, shoot! I did not mean to skip my turn. That I did not mean to do. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's bad. That's very bad. We might still survive because this is the only thing that'll do damage this next turn. Because the double gunner will hit here. No, it'll only hit there once. And our shield bot will return that damage, though. Oh, my God. I'm dumb. But that does free up a spot. I can't put down 2 double gunners. I don't have a freaking... Oh, God. I don't have any energy for this. Oh, no. I hope that that was a good choice. I will defend against this shield bot. Kill that one. Do 1 damage, 2 damage. That's 1 damage. We'll survive, but our energy... No, our energy bot doesn't take damage. Oh, my gosh. I almost died twice. Okay, so... I could defend against the shield bot and do... Defend against the shield bot and do 2, 3 damage. Did I already pick up my card yet? Okay. I could do... He says, okay, you win. I concede. Let's move on. Accept surrender. Should I accept surrender? No. I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm gonna put it here. I don't care about blowing up that other vessel. Oh, the double gunner it knocked out his shield for the first one. No accepting defeat. I'm gonna kill you the slow way. Gonna make you suffer. Nice. I wonder how long this 3rd stage lasts. Why is there 3 games included in 1? Okay, does anybody in chat know how long this part of the game lasts? Because we've already been playing for 4 hours? Yeah, like 4 hours. Okay, so I get to pick any of these. What's the amoeba bot do? When a card bearing this sigil is drawn, this sigil replaced with another one at random. So random sigil for only 2. I feel like I gotta go for that, right? Yeah, we need some diversity in our deck. It's a decent amount of time. Really? Maybe we should call it a night then, because it's getting late. I cannot believe that this is lasting for 3 rounds. This game is super fun. All right. Well, we did a little late stream tonight, and I hope y'all enjoyed. We're gonna save it here, and we're gonna finish it on another day. And if it goes by really fast, then we'll start another game. In that case, last save 24 seconds ago. I guess I'll close it down. Oi. I'm going to go get some supper and get some food. So y'all, take care of yourselves. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Hope you have a fantastic New Year's. I will probably not be streaming until January 1st. January 1st. So I won't see y'all until next year. Until next year, I hope that y'all have a wonderful time. Take care of yourself. Hey, Erica's here. What's up? Whiskey and Unicorn. Oi, oi. We got to see some different peeps here because it's so dang late. Earl's never up this late. What are you doing, Earl? Oh. Ooh, let's go say hi to, let's go say hi to somebody. Somebody. Who is puzzling Shutterbug? I don't remember who that is. Is that somebody that's on like a team or a friend of somebody? They're playing Disney Dreamlight. That sounds like a nice cozy game to check out. Yeah. They're playing Disney Dreamlight. Is this bugging? Or is that just low bit rate? Yeah, let's go say hi to Puzzling Shutterbug. I don't remember how I know this person, but they're really sweet, and they're playing Disney Dreamlight, so let's go give them some love, y'all. Let's give them some love. Go give them a follow. Go give them a follow. You know it's free. It's free to give a follow out. Yeah, let's go say hi to them. And y'all peeps, I appreciate y'all. This year has been incredible, and I don't really have anything to say about it. I'm just saying, like, y'all made my year so much better. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the next one. Looking forward to a new year, playing lots of new games, including including a lot of games that I've already got purchased, ready to go. Alchemic bought me Balan Wonderworld, and we are definitely gonna play that like right as soon as we can, because I've been looking forward to playing that game forever. It looks so awful, and I cannot wait to play it. Okay, we're gonna go say hi. I'll see y'all next year. And we're going to say, hopefully it doesn't kick us out of here really, like, super soon like it's been doing. Twitch has been really, really glitchy with it. We'll say Squirrel Raid. Squirrel Raid. Oi, oi. Everybody, have a wonderful rest of your year. And I will see y'all soon. Thank you so much, mods, for watching over the chat. Thank you so much, VIPs, for being here for so long. Innocent Alec, almost a VIP. Happy New Year, Tayaki P. Thanks for being here. Whiskey and Unicorn, love you. Take care of yourself. And I hope you bake some cakes. Oi, oi, Kuri. If that isn't Kuri that I see, oh my. Everybody go follow Kuri as well. Yeah. Let me just do that while we're raiding really quick. Everybody go follow Kuri. They're an amazing streamer. One of my favorites. Oh, one of my favorites. One of my favorite people as well. Oi, go say hi to Kuri. And we're going to go say hi to Puzzling Shutterbug. I don't know. Is that inappropriate to shout out somebody right before you raid? It's all right. Kuri's not streaming. Oi, I'll see y'all next year. Bye-bye. Love y'all. Boo. Do 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 do.